Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. For those participating virtually, when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is contested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation. When an application is uncontested, the committee may not require a presentation. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Oh, first, any conflicts on the panel for this afternoon's meeting or staff? No? None? All right, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, any minutes? I don't think we have any minutes to approve. Deferral requests.
Through you, Madam Chair, in a 2 p.m. time slot, we have one request for deferral. It's the first item, number 15, 150 ROSELAWN.
All right, thank you. Do we have people in the audience on this item, 150 ROSELAWN Avenue? No? All right, let's have our applicants.
Hello?
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 Yeah.
Good. Yep, my name is Nathan Mott, and the address is 250 Shields Court, Unit 7, Markham. We are submitting a deferral request for the 150 ROSELAWN. The reason is that we received new comments and advice from the Transportation Department last week regarding the driveway and the front yard parking pad. So we are currently making some adjustment and revising the plan.
Okay, thank you. We have a number of, we have 2 neighbors who were attending the meeting virtually today. So we'll just hear from them as well. Let's bring on the first one.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi, yes, my name is Cyprian, and I'm the neighbor at 154 ROSELAWN Avenue.
Okay. Did you hear the applicant has requested a deferral of the application?
Yeah, I was not aware about that. I think this is the third deferral, so this is kind of frustrating, but yes.
Okay, I understand. I understand. But do you have any concerns with other than it's the third deferral? Do you have any concerns with it being deferred?
No, just I want to make sure that I'm here because I'm I haven't been doing any of my trips because I was always wanting to be here for this. So I want to make sure that, yeah, I'm there when they do the next one, the new application.
All right. You will be notified of the subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, and we have another person online?
Through you, Madam Chair, Sheena Merci is not online.
Okay. All right. Let's go back and take this into committee. Mr. Bartolo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put forward a motion to defer this application to allow the applicant to address the new comments from transportation.
Thank you. And the seconder, Mr. Fazeli? All in favor? The deferral has been granted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, item 16, it's 310 Saint Germain. This is an application for a new two-story dwelling with a rear deck and basement walkout. Variances are for height of side exterior main walls, building depth, floor space index, front porch east side yard setback, front exterior stair width, and rear deck height. On file, we have minutes from January 8th, 2025, survey, plans, presentation, 2 letters of objection from 306 and 308 Saint Germain Avenue, and the previous agenda package. Is anyone in the audience here on this item? Nope. All right, thank you. But we do, oh, no, we actually don't have anybody. All right. So who is our agent today? We have 2 potentials on the list, I see. Hello? Hello? Is that Mr. Romano?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm not the agent on this file.
Oh, you're not? Okay. That must be an error then. Is it Miss Evangelista? Are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. It's Ida Evangelista.
Uh-huh. An
Can you
address?
hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Ida Evangelista, yeah, on behalf of the owners of 310 Saint Germain, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you very much. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, Madam Chair. When we were in front of you, we had to defer just for clarification with the zoning examiner. Zoning examiner clarified that all the variances were correct, and planning is in support of the application as it is in front of you. And I could either go through the variances. However, I believe you did receive my submission package where it outlines all the variances along with photos and clarification.
All right. And we don't have anybody, we have 2 letters of objection, but we don't have anybody online for this item? Sorry, I'm just asking staff. It's not. Does anyone on the panel have questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Evangelista, could you tell me if one of the variances is for the height of the rear deck, excuse me, and it's quite elevated and provides an overview to the property to the west. Have you had consultations, discussions with the people to the west? And is there a concern with privacy overlook from that deck?
We have tried to reach out. I believe the owners did try to reach out, but we are, because of the situation on how it is and the height of the deck, we are willing to put privacy screening on both sides, actually, just to give everybody a little bit more privacy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? One moment, I'm just double checking if I had any. All right, if there are no questions, I guess we can go into committee. I would say, Mr. Neufeld, your concerns about privacy are probably echoed in the comments from the neighbors that we did receive
Yeah,
in the
they
package.
mentioned it in their presentations. Are you ready for comments?
I think so, yep.
I think the application personally is, excuse me, supportable. The only issue that I have is with that rear deck, because, and it's a variance that it's elevated, and it's elevated a substantial amount. Ms. Evangelista indicated that she supported putting screening on the two sides, which I think are the east and west. That screening would normally be 1.5 meters in height, and I think that that's a reasonable condition. With that condition, I think this clearly meets the 4 tests and doesn't create any adverse impacts. So I'd like to move approval.
All right, thank you. And do we have a seconder?
Madam Chair, sorry, just, it's 1.5 measures from the floor of the deck?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Swartz? All right, all in favor? That is carried. Guess we cut her off. She didn't have a chance to say you're welcome. All right, item number 17. 23 Ambrose Avenue, to alter the existing dwelling by adding a second-story addition, a rear two-story addition, and a rear deck. This application was deferred from October 23rd, 2025. The variances are for south side yard setback, north side yard setback, lot coverage, height of front and rear main walls, floor space index, and front yard setback. On file, we have the minutes from October 23rd, survey, plans, Metrolinx comments, and a previous agenda package. Of our applicant.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Max Murchesen, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowner on this application.
And your address, please?
364 Supertest Road in Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. Before we start, do you have any changes to make to the application?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. We do have, is anyone here on this item? Okay, we do have someone in the audience. And you are as well, sir?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. All right, so let's start, Mr. Murchesen, with a brief presentation on the application.
Yes, so the variances that we're looking at in front of us today, we're looking at number 1 and 2. It's both side setbacks. Those setbacks are existing. We're just asking to build on top of the existing setbacks. It's an existing garage that will remain. And on the other side, yeah, so it's just existing. By the way, the meeting was deferred due to the fact that before the report, for some reason, showed 126 instead of 124, but it was fixed now. When it comes to the coverage, we actually also came back and had communications with the planning department to reduce a little bit from the coverage that was originally proposed. And right now we're proposing 1.6% extra only. Number 4, we're asking for the height to go from 7.5 meters to 7.7. Actually, it's only 8 inches. The reason we're requesting that is for engineering purposes, for specific materials. So it's only 8 inches extra. Floor space index, of course, is variance number 5, is just a circumstance of the lot coverage, so it's part of this kind of the same thing. And we're asking really for 0.01 times more. It's really not a lot. Then when it comes to minimum front yard, the reason we have a variance is because we decided to align the house just so that it's more elegant. I'm not sure if you can see it on the drawing, so that it looks nicer and elegant. But because the front yard, because the front property line is tapered a bit, so we're having that issue. The center of the front elevation is actually, if I'm not mistaken, 7.9 meters. So it's only that corner of the house just to make it look a little bit nicer. And that's an existing elevation, actually, what we're looking at right now. That's not the proposed. Yeah, this is the proposed. So we just wanted it to look a little bit nicer. So all those variances were actually supported by the planning department and all the other departments. We do believe it's minor in nature. It's within the 4 tests of the committee. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the committee.
Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? No? All right. We'll let you sit down and we'll hear from the neighbor.
Sorry, say it again?
You can sit down now,
Oh,
and then
perfect.
we'll hear from the
Thank you.
neighbor first. Come forward, please. Yep.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Christine Barsoum. I live at 38 Eunice Road. My property, my backyard is actually right behind this property, the AMBROSE. And my concern is I am a retired person, me and my husband, seniors, and we value our privacy and our lack of noise in the backyard when we sit. I'm concerned that when we do the extension and the height of the building, it's going to completely block our view. It's going to be, I don't know what kind of adjustment it's going to be made to the house, if it's going to be more rental out or a lot of noise and a lot of commotion going on. Like I'm concerned about that. Like we are really stuck to each other. So it's like really invading our privacy, as I feel that way. So I'm completely opposing the whole idea of having an extension or 2-story building in that spot.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's have the applicant come back then, and you can address the concerns.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one more neighbor online.
Oh.
Uriah Samai.
Not on my list. Okay, one sec. There's someone online, so we'll hear from them first.
Do you want me to start here?
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Puriya Shamai. I live at 25 Ambrose Road, next door to the subject property. To be clear at the outset, I'm not opposed in principle to my neighbor renovating or expanding their home. I understand families need space. My goal today is to ensure the proposal remains compatible with adjacent properties and that the impact on my family, especially with 2 young kids, are kept minor. So my concerns are threefold. First, shadowing and loss of sunlight. Based on the proposed massing and placement, I'm concerned the addition will increase shadowing on our backyard and living area, reducing usable outdoor space and daylight. The impact on the direct abutting lot like ours may not be minor. Second would be privacy and overlook. I'm concerned about direct sight lines from the proposed addition, particularly from any new second-story windows or rear-facing windows into our backyard and the rear of our home. Our backyard is where our children play and where we expect reasonable privacy. The proposal risk creating an overlook condition that materially change our enjoyment of property. Third would be grading and drainage. Construction of a larger footprint and any changes to grading can create real drainage issue between properties. I want to assure that stormwater will be managed on the applicant site and will not be directed towards or discharged onto our property either during or after construction.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have you address the concerns.
Okay, so we had few concerns. So I'm gonna address the neighbor behind.
Sure.
So when it comes to a neighbor, first of all, it's a single family dwelling that we're building here. We're not proposing anything else beside that, which is allowed. And nobody said that parties are going to go there or anything like that. That's number one. It's a single family dwelling for single family. When it comes to the fact that it's gonna block anything from the back, if you look into I don't know if you guys can see, I have the survey here. Not the site plan, because this is the site plan, but I do have the survey. If you look at the survey and you look at the houses at the back, they're pretty far from the houses on Ambrose. And I do not see how anything would be a problem unless you're having, constantly parties and all that, which is not the case. But again, the size of the house or anything we're doing has nothing really to do with that. I do believe that the two houses are far enough, and there are houses on Ambrose, same size, same height, approximately the same. We're not setting a precedent when it comes to that. So I think that should not be an issue, and that should solve the question whether or not it's going to be a problem. It's a single family dwelling for a single family. So I hope that solved that question. Now, when it comes to, if you could give me a second, when it comes to the other questions, because I wrote that down. When it comes to shading, when we were designing actually this house, we checked, we did a full year review, whether or not, because clearly this question come up in the committee. It's a normal question that comes up. We checked, it's okay, it's not a problem when it comes to that. When it comes to storm, we're willing to work with the building department to make sure that everything is done correctly. Clearly, the building department is reviewing everything. It's not something that is being solved in the committee, but definitely we're gonna make sure that everything is built correctly. So I think that our building department is good enough to determine whether everything is built right or not. When it comes to window, the addition that we're adding does not have any windows in it, actually. The windows are only on top of the existing house, not in the addition. So therefore, if our neighbor has, and that was for pretty much for privacy from our neighboring house.
All right.
I hope that answers that.
Yes, okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Your next door neighbor at 25 was concerned with privacy, and I'm wondering if your rear deck is a problem for him, and if so, do you think that, have you discussed it with him, and if so, have you got a solution to that?
So I definitely see what you're saying, and privacy is something that we appreciate and we support. I will make sure that we will have a privacy fence, 1.5 meters, to make sure that we have the privacy from the neighbors.
We're talking about the deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I see where the question is coming from. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? No? All right, let's take it into committee. Okay, you can sit down now.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Does anyone wish to make a comment or a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank the residents for their comments. I think the applicant gave completely acceptable responses to the lady that lives behind. I think the issues that she's concerned with are not part of this application, and the applicant seems to have addressed the use and it not being an imposition to her. The property owner, 25, which I believe is to the north, mentioned privacy, and to that extent, I think that a 1.5 meter privacy screen measured from the floor of the rear deck would be an appropriate response to his concern for privacy. That's actually the only concern I have with this. I think it's a reasonably good application, and I don't see that there's any negative implications for people other than what has been discussed and which I would argue the privacy screen would address. So I'd like to move approval subject to the provision of a 1.5 meter privacy screen on the north edge of the rear deck.
All right, thank you. Seconder? Mr. Schwartz? All in favor? That is carried. The application has been approved. You're welcome. Okay, number 18, 34 Mildenhall. Just have to get my notes. This is an application to legalize and maintain the existing landscape conditions deferred from October 23rd, 2025. The variances are for amount of rear soft landscaping. On file, we have minutes from October 23rd, 25, a survey, site plan, site photos, and 2 letters of objection. Anyone here on this item? No? All right, we have 1 neighbor online, I take it? Yeah, okay. All right, so let's have our agent first.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you could speak up a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it loud enough?
I think so. Can we manage stuff? A little more if you can.
Okay, I'll try. All right, so basically, my name is Nadeem Ismaili, and I'm an authorized agent for the property 34 Mildenhall Road. And we are requesting for it's a very minor relief, and it is related to the soft landscaping, which is slightly shorter than what is required. And for that reason, we are requesting for the minor variance. And in regards to the environmental impact, what we already, it's already there. So the relief does not involve any kind of construction, number 1, or changes that would disturb the environment or drainage. That's for sure, number 1. And second, the current layout has been in place for years. So we are simply formalizing what already exists.
Okay.
And yes, and other than that, the green space maintained like over 100 square feet of the soft landing remains with the grass and plants that we maintain regularly. And the design is a very responsible design we did, and we are keeping the area for proper water absorption and minimizing the hard surfaces around it. And the property looks exactly the same from the street, with no changes to privacy or neighborhood character. And yeah, that's all. So we are just requesting the minor variance for these reasons, like just accept the short of land, soft landscape, the remaining one as is, and that is what our request for minor variance is for today.
Okay, first of all, we missed your address in the beginning, so could you tell us your address?
Okay, so that is 34 Mildenhall.
No, not the property, sorry, your address.
My address 15 Butcher Street, Beaverton.
Thank you.
On.
Okay, so let's, staff, can you put up the site plan? I think that's probably the best place to start, because I will tell you, we had a bit of problem orienting ourselves on this application, because I think the street names are not in the correct place. The Mildenhall Road appears correct on the site plan, but the Rochester Avenue, I believe, should be on the left-hand side of the property.
That's right.
Well, that's the corner side. It's actually on the right side. This is the correct side where the street is.
Don't think so. If, okay, the staff,
Okay.
can you go to the survey? So the length of the property is along Mildenhall and the shortest piece is on Rochester. But the house is, if you look at the survey, the open space.
I'm sorry. You are absolutely right.
Okay. Okay. So
You're absolutely right.
so we've
That's
got that
what I'm saying.
established. And then what, is it zoning that identified that this was an issue?
The issue is that we required minimum of. I'm sorry, actually, the application is not in front of me. So, but the point is that they need minimum of 100 and I believe 145 square feet is required for the soft landscape, whereas we have more than 113 square feet. So we are short of approximately 23 square feet.
Right, but my concern is that it's actually not the rear yard of the property that the
No, it's wrong.
Oh, really? You had it before? All right. We think there's an issue with what is considered the front yard and the rear yard because of the site plan, it looks like the property fronts on Rochester, but because that's wrong, it doesn't actually front on Rochester. Correct?
Okay.
So I don't think the reference to the rear yard is correct, but unless you can enlighten us. And then there's some question about whether the rear yard soft landscaping numbers are correct.
Well, the numbers are definitely because we did took a reference from the existing survey, number one. So the setback numbers and the backyard, whether you called it a backyard or a side yard, in this case, it will become a side yard in that case. So if it is a side yard, even that the setback numbers are all as per the survey, and the sizing which is required by the zoning, that is already on the site plan. We already mentioned that.
But
what is
Madam Chair,
yeah.
the agent is coming in on a waiver. They've taken responsibility for the wording. So what's before you is one variance.
Okay. All right. Committee?
Yes.
Any questions for the applicant beyond mine?
Well, Madam Chairman, excuse me, it's a comment more than anything. We don't know what the rear yard landscaping is because what's shown as the rear yard landscaping is in fact the front yard. So we don't have the numbers to go with.
All right.
I'm sorry, I lost the voice completely.
I think one of our members has indicated that that it's not actually your rear yard landscaping that you've calculated. It's front.
Okay.
But we can't change the application. The application in front of us is for rear yard soft landscaping. So we will have to make a decision on this just based on what's in front of us.
Well,
unless you want to defer it.
If it is going negative, it's not in favor of us, then definitely I will request to defer it again. And the reason is that we worked and we prepared the site plan as per the survey. And all of these, we submit this the site plan to the committee ahead, and if there is anything, if it is not correct, then we should be informed
Madam
like,
Chair, again, through you,
before-
Madam Chair, this was submitted through a waiver. The responsibility of identifying the variance rests solely with the applicant. The city has not reviewed it because you've come to the committee stating your variance on a waiver.
So I think that we've established that the site plan is not correct. The street names, the orientation of the property. The orientation of the property faces onto Mildenhall. The house faces onto Mildenhall, but the frontage, that's up to zoning to determine. You're saying if you're saying the frontage is on Rochester, even though it's incorrectly noted on the site plan, that would be your front yard on that side, which is where this tennis court is. So I think it's up to you whether you want us to make a decision, but you might want to defer it to correct your information and maybe consult with zoning to determine. Because if you don't have the correct yard identified, then you still could be contravening the bylaw.
That is correct. Actually, I agree with your point. And yes, I can confirm that yes, the front facing is on the Mildenhall Road. And please, in that case, I will request to defer the application again and give a new date, whatever it is.
Okay.
And then we will follow from there.
Okay. So you're requesting a deferral.
Yes, in that case, yes.
All right, let's just hear from the neighbor who is online as well to see if they have any concern with the deferral.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Sarah Baxendale from 144 Rochester. I spoke on this case the last time. I think requested, allowing him to have a second deferral after us explicitly discussing what would be required when they made this mistake on the first committee. It's wasting my time. It's wasting your time. It was wrong the first time. They were told to come back to produce an accurate survey. This survey does not indicate where the tennis ball court or the pickleball court or whatever they're calling it is. And he said, which is a lie, it's been there for years. If you go to Google Maps, you can see it's not listed in there. It's not listed in this survey that was provided, so it can't have been here for that many years. And I live beside them. I watched them build it. This was last year, and there was a zoning case against them because they had built this illegally. They also illegally built a deck. They are not doing anything by the books, and I'm concerned that we're continuing to defer for someone who's not going to come back with a realistic application. I went through and I spoke to the neighbor. I listed in here exactly what I'm an architect. I went through, I listed all the required square footages. I told them exactly where their rear yard was, where their front yard was, and went through all of the specifics. And for them to come back here, for me to have to do the calculations myself, for you to have to spend your time doing this, I just don't think it's a good use of anyone's time to continue to pursue this when they're not doing anything by the books and are really just, I don't think this is an appropriate application, and calling this an existing condition when it was built by these owners less than a year ago, both the pickleball court and the deck, and that caused the soft landscaping issue is genuinely a problem. And the commentary on the drainage, we have had severe flooding directly as an implication of this large quantity of hard surface that was built without any sign off by zoning. And I think continuing to leave it here is problematic, and just allowing them to continue to have build up time and time and time. It's been 6 months since this very first issue came up. It's just it is not appropriate. So I would request that if we can not defer this and decline it, that would be my recommendation. We've given them plenty of opportunity to come here with a real application, and I don't think we're going to get it, even if we come back a third time.
All right, thank you for your comments. Okay, let's take this into committee. Mr. Bartolo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just give my opinion before I give any motions. This application is a mess. It's the second time we've seen it. Nothing is correct. And the numerical values are also quite high on the variance side. So my inclination is to refuse this one.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to make comments or a motion?
Was that a motion?
Mr. Nipfel?
I was going to second it if it was.
Oh, okay.
I will.
Okay,
Madam Chair, through you, I will put forward a motion to refuse this application.
all right. And Mr. Nipfeld seconds. Everyone in agreement here? All right. All in favor? Just for the record, that carries. All right, the application has been refused. All right, let's move along to item number 19. 48 Cleveland Street. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a two-story rear addition. We have variances for eave projection into the north and south side yards, north side yard setback, and south side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, and tree photos. All right, anyone here on this item? Nope. Okay. And we don't have anyone online. All right, let's have our applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Toy Bovahi from 17 Bridle Trail, Midhurst, Ontario. I'm representing the homeowners as the agent.
Thank you. Any changes to make to the application today?
No, there are no changes.
Thank you. All right, does anyone want a presentation on this one? Any questions for the applicant? No? All right, so unless there's something you want to say, I think we'll just take it into committee.
No, I'm fine with that. It's a straightforward two-story addition, well within the means of what's current in the neighborhood, and I believe that we meet the 4 criteria for zoning and bylaws.
And the side yards are existing, correct?
The side yards are existing, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Fazeli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is a supportive application. If there are no comments, I'm okay to make a motion.
Okay.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
So I think this application satisfies the 4th test. Therefore, I'd like to forward a motion for approval of this application. There are no conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Mr. Schwartz? All right, all those in favor? That is carried. Oh, Mr. Nipfeld, you have a...
Sure. I accept that friendly amendment. Yes, I think it's a good idea. So the variance number 1 tied to drawing number substantially in accordance with the drawing number 9 you mentioned? Yes.
Which is west elevation.
West elevation. The use, yes.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll do an all those in favor, just to clarify. That is Mr. Bartolo in favor? All right, that is carried. We good, staff? Okay. Item 20. 663 Roding Street. This is an application to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition. The variances are for area of a 2nd floor platform and rear yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, tree photos, presentation, 4 letters of support from 63, 64, and 65 Camborne Avenue and 662 Roding Street. Our applicant is with us? Oh, great. Come forward, please. And is anyone here on this item, or are you the applicants?
So we are all the applicants. They are
Okay.
the owners
Yep.
and the son.
Okay, no problem. Let's start with your name and address, please.
Sure, my name is Sita Ren, and I'm at 77 Redstone Road, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. And I don't believe we have anyone here on this item, and there's no one online, so do we need a presentation? Pretty straightforward, I think. I don't think we need a presentation.
Okay, awesome.
Unless there's something you want to say, I think we're okay.
Okay, thank you. That'll be awesome.
Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Excuse me, this is a very straightforward application. It has a lot of support, and I can't see that there is a negative implication to its approval. It clearly meets the 4 tests. I'd like to move approval without condition.
All right, thank you. And a seconder? Mr. Fazeli? All right, all in favor? That is carried. The application's been approved.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Why? I am?
Can't even say it again.
I don't hear that very often. Thank you. If it's sincere. Okay, item 21, 22 Ravenscroft Circle. This is an application to construct a second-story addition to an existing single detached dwelling. Again, variances are for rear yard setback, west side yard setback, and on file we have a survey, plans, photos, a letter of concern from 20 Ravenscroft Circle. All right, our applicant, I guess, is online.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry, could you start with your name and address, please?
Everyone from 3950 14th Avenue, Markham.
You're kind of breaking up. Can you try that again? I'm not hearing very well.
Everyone, 3950 14th Avenue, Markham. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. We do not have anybody on this item. Do we need a presentation? Oh, okay. Have you seen the letter of concern from the neighbor?
Yeah, I saw that. It's from the east side neighbor. I think they have some privacy concern.
Yeah.
But I think this is not a variance on that side yard.
No. Okay. You okay with that? All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Ooh, that's an old survey. Yeah, are we ready to, Mr. Nipfeld, you're looking very studious. Do you have any?
Oh, I was just trying to figure out the neighbor had asked that if you look at the second floor plan, the neighbor had asked that the window on the, whatever elevation that is, the northeast elevation, have frosting on it. And the window actually opens onto a staircase. And I believe you asked the applicant about the window, and he just indicated it wasn't part of the variances. Did he indicate that he was opposed to it, or he would agree with it, or?
He didn't indicate either way. I think he thought because it's not related to a variance, he's not intending to do anything with it. Where's
I
the?
think that window is in a staircase, so we usually don't look out from that space. The residents will not stay in that stairwell.
Okay, but you do have a variance for the side yard setback. And that's the issue.
We have a setback on the west side of the yard, but this one from the east side. We can consider maybe shifting the window a little bit, or we can wait for the non-transparent glass.
There is
no. We'll look at that. You see, we have a window just facing their window. So,
sorry? I can't either. Well, I think, okay, so first of all, there's no variance on that side.
Yeah.
For the side yard setback. They're meeting the side yard setback.
And the window's to a stair.
Oh, the window's to a stair.
It's a stairway.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't think so. All right.
Okay.
Let's take it into committee, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have a concern if it's a window to a stair. Well, doesn't really bother me. I think generally this is a pretty reasonable application.
I agree.
I think it meets the 4 tests. Sure. Yeah. Would someone like to make a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Fazeli.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I believe the concerns that mentioned initially, just for the procedural matter, I requested that if they could just make a comment, but at the same time, it's through the variances, it's not relevant in that matter, and it's not a concern. So for that reason, I think it meets the 4 tests, so I forward a motion for approval of the application.
Thank you, and Mr. Swartz seconds that. All in favor? That is carried. The application has been approved. Okay, item 22. 65 St. Germain Avenue. This is an application for a new detached dwelling with an integral garage, a rear covered deck, and a front porch. We have variances for exterior stair width, percentage of front yard soft landscaping, height of exterior side main wall, building depth, floor space index, front awning setback to the east and west side lot lines. And on file, we have a revised list of variances, survey, original plans, a revised plan from January 22nd, 2026, presentation, community planning report, urban forestry comments, and 4 form letters of support. Do we have our applicant?
Afternoon, Madam Chair, Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
All right.
I have a revision.
Yes, okay, let's start with revisions.
Yes, so the planning staff report correctly identifies a revision that we made, which is to variance number 2. That is front yard soft landscaping. It has been increased to 69.14%.
All right, thank you.
And that represents just over two square meters, so it is very minor.
Okay. And we do have a resident, I guess they're online. So perhaps you could give us a brief presentation.
Absolutely. If staff can bring up my slides, please. Perfect. Thank you very much. So the subject property is located on St. Germain, and you'll see within the same block that there's a number of properties that exceed building length. Maximum permitted is 17 meters. And the proposal ranges from 17.37 meters, 17.67 meters for the most part. And then there's a bump out portion on the ground floor of 19.42 meters. On St. Germain, you'll see that building lengths and depths range up to 19.2 meters, and 43% of properties exceeding 17 meters. You also see on this slide number 1 that floor space index variances are also pretty common along the street. The variance for the subject site includes the basement, and that's why it's at 0.91. Otherwise, the above grade floor space index is 0.64, and that fits in with a range that we see just for the approvals. And that's what I'm showing in the right-of-way on this slide, and they range up to 0.9, but above 0.62 are quite common. On slide number 2, we'll see dwellings that have 2 levels of living above an integral garage with a series of steps leading up to the pedestrian entrance or form part of the existing physical character. This is just on St. Germain that I'm showing these photographs. Some have sloped roofs, some have flat roofs. It's quite common to have variances that are being proposed reflected within this existing character. We'll see, again, houses with wall height up to 10.5 meters or so, floor space indices and of the 0.9 represented by these numbers, including 3-story dwellings. The reason why it's they're counting the basement is because of that midpoint of the floor from the basement floor to the underside of the ceiling. On slide number 3, we'll see that on the left-hand side, the front elevation drawing, the eaves variance, or the wall height variance of 8.9 meters is to the underside of the ceiling, which is underneath the sloped roof. Otherwise, the balance of the eaves are at 8.59. That's a 9 centimeter difference from the as of right. And we'll see on the right-hand side that the building envelope is fully within the existing as of right, except for the bump out, that gray portion on the right-hand side at the top of the building footprint. That is the 19.422 meters. Otherwise, the balance of the house is 17.37 to 17.67 meters. In terms of the stairs, we'll see that the front stairs are pretty minor as well. And I would submit that the variances that are being proposed are minor in nature, and I made the revision to reflect staff's condition. Urban Forestry has a condition for cash in lieu of payment for street tree, and that's a satisfactory condition as well. Subject to any questions, Madam Chair, I submit that the proposal is minor in nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Mr. Nepfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Romano, would you have any difficulty with the condition that the rear deck remain unenclosed?
No concerns with that, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And would you have any difficulty with tying variance number 2, which is the modified landscaping, to the site plan drawing, which indicates how it actually all plays out on site?
Through you, Madam Chair, no difficulty with that. Just let me make sure that it's the correct one. It would be the revised.
I've got the one from January the 27th, 2026. Is that okay?
On the file with committee, yes. Yes.
And sorry, for further to that, can we tie number 4 as well to that, the building depth?
Certainly, that's a good idea.
Because it's only for that bump out, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And my last question had to do with the neighbor to the east. Have you had any discussions with them? I noticed that they're not among the people that have written to us. You've got a deck that overlooks their yard. Have you discussed that with them? Do you have any concerns about that?
Well, thank you for that question. I don't have any concerns with it. And my client has discussed it with the neighbors, and I'm not sure who's registered to speak. If it is that neighbor, then I'll be able to respond to any issues that they may have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
All right, hold on one second. Somehow I got off my list here. 32. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing for a minute. Totally lost. One moment. All right, let's hear from the neighbor.
Hear me okay?
Yes?
Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep under the 5 minutes. I think a couple of things have been highlighted from the architects yourself, so I'm sorry if I'm duplicating anything here.
That's okay.
Just firstly, to your question to the architect is, did they come and talk to, oh, sorry, my name is Sam Snell. I'm owner of 63 St. Germain.
Thank you.
So the neighbors to the east that you just mentioned. They did come to me to talk about this. I did mention the concerns I'm about to outline for you. They did tell me they're going to go talk to the architect and potentially look at some alterations, but they have not done so. So here I am with my main concerns. I'd firstly like to note that I'm for development progress, first outright being against these types of constructions, but egregious and pushing way past the limits of the bylaws, which are put in place for good reason, are a concern of mine. So I think when I highlight the few concerns I have, I'd say one, depth of the house. I know the architect just highlighted a few samples on the street where perhaps they're going as far back as this one. Obviously, the slated depth is 19.4 meters. I think when I looked up on the bylaws, the enclosed deck, and I do understand that I think you just mentioned, do you have any issues with, not having the deck enclosed? So sorry, this is based on what was already submitted. You do need to include that in the depth. So I get that as close to 25% more than the bylaw depth. The architect can correct me afterwards if I'm incorrect there. So that's one of my concerns, is the length of this. Two, a main concern is the raised deck at the back of the property. which after talking to close proximity neighbors, and that was this week, and I'll mention that based on the the letter we get in the mail, obviously it has the survey, and it didn't really outline that the deck was going to be this raised at the back. Obviously, I did some digging online myself and found those images. So since then, I've talked to them. They raised similar concerns to myself. The raised deck at the back, I think it starts between 8 and 9 feet above grade, with the enclosed roof of that said deck measuring about 20 feet above the ground. This raised deck will reduce, based on the way the sun sets there, will reduce 1 hour or more of sun exposures to the decks and yards of 63, 59, and 57 Saint Germain. So that's one concern. I think a deck of this height is not in keeping with the current precedent on the south side of Saint Germain. It may be on other streets, but I do think it creates an eyesore and some privacy concerns. I'm a father of 3 young girls, and a deck sitting 10 feet directly above my yard creates serious concerns for the privacy and well-being of these girls. I'm sure anyone that's meeting with young girls can understand this concern. Obviously, currently the proposed floor space index 0.91 is 52% more than the allowable in bylaws. I know you mentioned the reference down to 0.62. With the enclosed deck, which I think should be counted within this metric as it's basically a fixed structure, this number is even greater. For reference, the previous owners of this property had also applied for planning permission. After needing to get variance approval, was able to get approved at 0.76, which I knew this developer well, and he thought that was a stretch to get that, but small in compared to the current proposal. A couple thoughts on my side of ways to remediate these concerns, because again, the house itself, honestly, I couldn't care less if it's 10 stories high, but as long as it's not set back as far. The enclosed deck should be deemed as part of the fixed structure, and I think the end of that deck, deemed as a fixed structure, should go no further than the length of 63 Saint Germain due to precedent and privacy concerns. I think if the deck needs to remain in the plans, because I understand they also need to get off their back floor, I believe there should be, like the previous application that was done for this property, I think the deck should be built at the bylaw level of 4 feet above grade or lower, with stairs going down to this. I think that takes away the sun issues, the shade issues, the privacy concerns, and then therefore a normal size fence of 6 feet plus 2 feet of lattice will create enough privacy for both neighbors. I will note again, after speaking to the close proximity neighbors, due to the lack of details in the mailed application, and it seemed like they had discounted the size and encroachment of this building. Since then, these concerns have also been raised by them to me. If needed, I can further document this, but these neighbors are ranging from 73 to 57 Saint Germain and beyond. In conclusion, I request these concerns stay to be looked at closely, as the 50% plus allowances being asked to be approved will impact the precedent fabric of this side of the street. That is all for me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the resident? No? All right. Oh, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You've hit on something that we've discussed on this panel before, and I'd just like to get your feelings about it. Whether or not you have the deck and whether it's that far in the air isn't before us, but the fact that there is a deck and it isn't enclosed, we would like to ensure that it doesn't get enclosed, in which case, were it enclosed, it would be then considered part of the building, part of the gross floor area, and would change the variance. So I'm going to recommend that there be a condition that the deck remain unenclosed on 3 sides. In order to deal with privacy, if we were to put a screen on the side adjacent to your property, here's the dilemma. You've mentioned the loss of sunlight. The screen itself will create even more sunlight, but it will provide some level of privacy. It's not an easy choice, but if you had a screen or didn't have a screen, with those as the options, do you have a preference?
Yeah, I mean, I discussed it with the neighbors well, because I agreed, it is a catch-22. It will inhibit the sun more. I think ultimately, my 3 daughters and their privacy is of utmost importance, and their safety. But obviously my preference is a deck similar to the application that was done and brought for you, I think about a year ago, with the stairs going down to a deck of a normal level. When the neighbors did speak to me, they even mentioned, the deck's not something they plan on using very much. So I feel like, I think it's a fair ask on my side, and for the architect to go back with a potential change for that. So ideally the deck be, at a normal height. But yes, if I have to choose, I would like the privacy screen because it helps my daughters.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? All right, let's go back. Let's bring Mr. Romano back to address the concerns that are raised by the neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for Mr. Snell for their comments and participation. So as I'll just echo what has been pointed out, there are no variances related to the deck in terms of its position, extension, whatsoever. There is no height and no setback variance related to the dwelling as well. Happy to put up a privacy screen and happy to have the deck unenclosed. I heard Mr. Nipple point about on 3 sides, but I would caution that on the west side, that is where there is a bump out. So there will be a side that is a wall on that side because that's where the first floor bump out is. So if there is a condition related to the opening, if that could be perhaps referred to the site plan, because the site plan will show where that bump out is in relation to the deck. Otherwise, the conditions of approval are satisfactory. And again, if we go to slide number 3 of my presentation slides, you'll see that the 2023 approval is shown on that outline. There's on the right-hand side, thank you staff for manipulating this. There's a purple or a pink box that's shown that identifies the footprint of the 2023 approval. And you'll see that it is closer to the side lot line for number 63 St. Germain, and it extends deeper than the proposal on the 63 St. Germain side. And the 0.74 that was approved there was also for the floor area above grade. It did not include the basement. So that proposal is actually larger than the houses before the panel today. Subject to any questions, Madam Chair, I think the conditions of approval that have been proffered are appropriate and the variances are minor in nature. Thank you.
And so just to clarify then, with regard to Mr. Nipfeld's suggestion that it remain open except for a privacy screen on the west side and open on the north side. Would that make sense?
Through Madam Chair, I think the
oh, I see.
The deck is on the
Oh,
number 63
okay.
to the east. Yeah.
Okay, so tie it to the site plan.
Please, yes.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Romano? No? Yes, the revised site plan, 27th January. Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think with the changes that we've discussed, this is a really acceptable application, and I don't see any negative implications. I also feel it meets the 4 tests. I'd be happy to bring forth a motion if you'd like.
Please.
I'd like to approve or bring forth a motion of approval for the revised application with variance 2 changed to 69.14%, and with variance 2 and variance 4 tied to the site plan so that variances 2 and 4 are to be substantially as shown on the revised site plan is dated January the 27th, 2026. And also that the rear deck, the rear roof deck be unenclosed also as shown on the same site plan dated January the 27th, 2026. A privacy screen of 1.5 meters from the deck on the east side be provided.
I think it's the west. It's the west side.
Oh,
yeah.
my mistake.
The
Sorry.
bump outs on the east side. I think Mr.
Pardon.
Romano was just.
And also there's a forestry condition number 3.
All right. Thank you. Seconder, Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? That is carried as amended.
Thank you kindly. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay. Uh, Can we do one more? Are we good? No, 23? We still have one more.
You just want us
Mr.
to be done.
Bartolo's getting ahead of himself. He's having too much fun. All right, 29 Lois Avenue. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. Variances are for south side yard setback, building length and building depth. On file, we have a survey, plans, site photos, a community planning report, and urban forestry memo. Of our applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Lucas Cocomello from Shillerco. My address is 340 Church Street, Oakville.
Thank you. All right, do we need a presentation on this one? I don't think so, right? Anyone? No? Sounds like we don't need a presentation unless there's something you want to point out to us.
Nope, I don't have anything further to add. I'll answer any questions you guys may have.
Okay, there may be a few. Give us a sec.
Sure.
Maybe an explanation for the reduced south side yard setback, why that's necessary.
Sure, no problem. So when we were putting this design together, a few things that had come up in terms of drafting the overall mass. In terms of the overall building height, bylaw requires a 10-meter building height. We're proposing 7.87, if I recall correctly, for the overall building height. Now, yes, we're requesting a reduced side yard setback down to 0.89 meters. And that's strictly for the garage side. Where, you know what, if you guys don't mind, can you scroll back up 2 pages? Just want to, yeah, just to the main floor where the 2 cars are. So the 0.89 meter side yard setback is mainly for that garage side wall and partially for the family room wall. Now, when we go to the second floor is actually stepped into or inwards to the house, where the setback there should be 3.67 meters. So really it's just the main floor, just the first story, that encroaches into that side yard setback. Now, recognizing that we are encroaching by more than half of what the bylaw requires, we did speak to the neighbor, Cheryl, and had discussed with them and told them and showed them this is what we're proposing, where we're asking for a reduced side yard setback. She basically took everything quite well in terms of what we're asking, and we had asked her if maybe she can provide us a letter of support, or the other option in her case would be to speak on behalf of herself for her committee. We never really got a response back afterwards, but based on what was discussed, I think it was on February the 5th, she was all for like whatever the owner wanted to do on his property. And again, she's had the opportunity to provide a response to committee on that topic or on the whole project in general, should she want to in that case. So as far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure she was okay with that side yard setback.
All right, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? All right, let's take this into committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The planning department had suggested a condition that I think deals with that side yard setback. With that condition, I think that this clearly meets the 4 tests and doesn't pose any adverse impacts to the neighborhood. I'd like to suggest approval of the application subject to the planning condition, which is that related to the south side setback, it to be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and west elevation drawings, because they're stepped back and it shows there. And also there's a condition from forestry number 2.
All right. Is it actually the west elevation drawing, or would it be, hold on, let me just double check.
I believe that's what they said in there.
West? Is the west the front? Yeah, okay.
They call it as, yeah.
They call it west. I'm just, yeah, it's the front elevation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, and you said forestry, Mr. Nipfel?
Forestry 2.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fazeli seconds. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. All right, I believe that completes the 2 p.m. agenda, and we will be back at 4 p.m. for the remaining items. All right, it's 4:03 and we are back and we will continue on, but we have two things to do. One is we need to go back to item 22 momentarily, 65 St. Germain Avenue. We approved the application with a requirement for privacy screening on and for the covered porch. And we inadvertently said it was for the east side, west side. We said it was for the west side. Sorry, it should have been for the east side because the north arrow was upside down. So the chair might have been confused.
So I just want to clarify, which neighbor were you trying to provide the additional
We are
privacy?
trying to provide protection for 63 St. Germain, which is the 63 is the, why does it look east to me? West? Yeah, it's the east side. So it's the east side we are trying to have the privacy screen on to provide protection and to avoid overlook for 63 St. Germain. Yes. Yeah, it's because the north arrow is upside down. Better that than the drawing, I suppose, but anyway, so it is the east side. Thank you. Okay, and then we have two conflicts in the 4 o'clock agenda. Mr. Nipfeld has a conflict with number 25 because
I'm the agent's a professional colleague of mine.
all right, thank you. And I have a conflict with item 26, 245 Young Boulevard, because I know one of the neighbors who has sent in a letter of concern. So we will both step out for those items respectively. Mr. Fazeli will take the chair for item 25, or 26, sorry. Okay, are we ready to start? Item 24, 241 Redpath Avenue. This is a long application. This is to alter the development standards to increase the gross floor area, height, number of stories, encroachments into yards, reduce the amenity space and parking standard. The variances are for gross floor area, height, number of stories, pergola and planter encroachments, indoor and outdoor amenity space, number of parking spaces, and mechanical height. On file, we have a previous decision from June 12th, 2025, a survey, site plan, cover letter, servicing capacity study, shadow study, wind study, transportation study, presentation, community planning report, transportation services memo, and a counselor letter, a letter of support, letter of objection, and a late letter of support and counselor letter. All right, let's have our applicant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Goldberg. I am the planning consultant who both represented the original zoning bylaw amendment application, the minor variance application from last June, and today's application. Do you require a presentation, Madam Chair?
First of all, Mr. Goldberg, can we have your address?
Yes, Goldberg Group, 2098 Avenue Road in Toronto, M5M 4A8.
Thank you very much. I think we need some sort of explanation and presentation. I don't think you have to go into a lot of detail, but maybe explain the reasoning behind the variances we have today.
Okay. The variances you have today are identical, no change to the variances that were approved by the committee. And I know that Ms. Casson and Mr. Bartolo was on that panel. I'm not asking you to remember that. You see a lot of files, but the other panel members were not. So it was approved subject to conditions. And one of the conditions of that prior approval is condition 3 relating to a section 45.9. Yeah, you can maybe move it a little longer. I think it's on the next page of the decision. In any event, the third condition related to a contribution of $342,000 for a section 45.9. Now, what has happened, and then all the other conditions are of the previous approval are identical to the approval recommended by community planning staff in this, except for number 6. Number 6 is new. I'll explain all that. So, as it turns out, there's a desire to enhance the benefits to the returning tenants of this rental replacement project. The existing Section 111 agreement had different terms, and this approval seeks to amend the terms so that the tenant assistance package, particularly for those who have been displaced for longer than 3 years, which is the case starting next month, will get an enhanced tenant package. More specifically, rent gap payments. Instead of the agreement that was originally signed by the original owner with the city, which said they could get extra rent gap payments at the time of signing a new lease. Now, what the revision is that they can get rent gap payments immediately following the 3 years. So I've been in this business a long time, and I learned something. You cannot vary a condition of a prior Committee of Adjustment decision. So if you want the condition changed, you need to go back and ask for the same variances and then ask for the conditions that you want related to this application. So we are applying for the identical variances that the committee already approved. We are varying, as shown in the staff report of February 12th, condition number or recommendation number 3, which would be a condition, and that number, the only thing that changes about that condition is the original number was 340. Let me just get it in front of me. I want to make sure I quote properly. There it is. The original number was $342,000, and the new number is $210,000. That's the only change in that condition. And then if you go up to recommendation number 6, which is on the next page, that is a new condition which requires the owner to enter into like the rental demolition and replacement agreement, which is the Section 111 agreement, to ensure that the tenants get the enhanced tenant package. And that's the sum total of the purpose of this application. It was initiated and requested by city planning staff. The owners have agreed to it. You will note that this matter has gone to city council already earlier this month. There was a report by Mayor Chow, and there was also a report by the local councillor, and those reports resulted in a city council resolution of February 4th of 2026, and it says here, as the resolution, if the Committee of Adjustment authorizes the minor variances sought through the application, including a reduction in the required cash contribution, City Council require the owner to enter into an amending Section 111 report. So this has been vetted thoroughly through staff. It's been vetted through City Council. We were required, I guess, statutorily to seek this very precise minor variance application, but the sum total of the effect of this is not to change the variances, but to change the condition that I set out. I hope that's helpful. I understand that Mr. Andrew Corr, who is a planner with the city, may be in attendance in front of you. And he wrote the report on behalf of community planning, and he may wish or need to speak to you.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Goldberg at this point? No? Mr. Nipfel?
First of all, thank you for the clarification. You've answered a lot of questions. One simple question: why is the amount being reduced? Is it because the money's being dispersed to the tenant fund?
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you.
All right, and I understand we have do we have someone in attendance on this item? In the audience? No, they're on. No, I understand that, but it's okay. We have a resident listed. I do? Or sorry, it's in our package. But I guess they're not registered to speak? Okay. But in the package, a displaced resident from 241 Redpath. Yeah. Oh, but one says letter of support. Sorry, I'm just double checking here.
Madam Chair, the one that
Okay.
I covered, the one in the briefing in the morning, it was mislabeled as objection. It was actually a support.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, missed that. Never mind. All right.
Just to clarify, did you have any questions of staff, of the city staff?
I don't think so. I think the report's very comprehensive. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for staff? No? All right. Then I think we can take this into committee. All right. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, thank you for to the applicant and the report from city staff. They were both very helpful. Basically, I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the conditions identified in the planning department report.
All right, thank you. Seconder, Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Mr. Swartz, are you in favor?
Madam Chair, he was absent for the beginning.
okay.
If you want to just maybe mention that Mr. Swartz was not present at the beginning, so he's going to abstain. He's going to abstain from voting.
Okay, so he's not going to be part of the...
Yes, he's going to abstain from voting. He wasn't present when the presentation
Okay,
started.
fine. So all in favor again, so that is carried.
Thank you, members of committee.
You're welcome. All right. So we're on to item 25, 41 LESMILL. Mr. Nipfel will remove himself. And this is an application for interior alteration or renovations to an existing office space on level 2 to accommodate a medical office use. The variances are for required parking spaces. On file, we have a survey, cover letter, plans, photos, transportation review memo, ravine and natural feature protection comments, and a TRCA report. And I guess we just need our applicant.
Hi, my name is Aaron Chang from CM Partners Architects, address Suite 201, 142 St. Helens Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you very much. I do not think we need a presentation on this item unless there's something you want to point out.
Not particularly. I think the original use of the building was an embassy. Our clients were very lucky to work with a group of doctors in a nearby hospital to set up a minor procedure clinic so that it can help shortening the wait time for lots of minor procedures. I do want to bring up that the variance might seem like a lot for the parking, but most of these patients are not able to drive. because they're here for minor procedures. So I think that's why we don't have any opposition from the planning department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? No? All right, we'll take it into committee. Mr. Bartolo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Pending any comments from my colleagues, I think it's a pretty straightforward application. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. The medical office use, I think, is compatible with the area, and the reduction in parking spaces is not a major concern, and transportation services has no issues with this.
Thank you very much. Seconder, Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? That is carried. The application's been approved. All right, item 26, I will leave momentarily, and Mr. Fazeli will take over. Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to item number 26. The purpose of the application to construct a new two-story detached dwelling. We have 4 variances in front of us: proposed front yard setback, proposed height of the side exterior main walls, proposed number of stories, and proposed area of the platform. We have in the file basically the revised requested variances, survey plans, the 3 photos, and letter of objections. All right, so let's bring the applicant, please. Do we have the applicant with us?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Ida Evangelista.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of the owners of 245 Young Boulevard.
Thank you for addressing the information. All right, so before we start, have you made any changes?
We have, Mr. Chair. We modified the main wall height on variance number 2. Shall now read 8.09 meters.
All right, variance number. So variance number 1, no changes, right?
No change. Yeah, no changes.
And then variance
Just
number
variance
2?
number 2. Correct.
All right. Any other revisions?
No other revisions. Revision number, like the variance number 3 is technical in nature, and so is 4 as it relates to 3.
All right, thank you very much. So no other revisions. Perfect. I do not see any other person to speak. Do we have anyone in the audience? No, we don't have anyone in online. Since we have like letter of objections, if you could briefly address those objections and anything that you would like to share with us with your application.
Yeah, absolutely. Our front yard setback being 11 meters is just to more or less align, you know, the curvature of the road, and it's more or less to align to the neighboring properties on either side. I do, you know, the neighbors behind have made comments regarding the 3 stories. This is actually not a 3-story building. We have to take it into effect that the topography of the land and the elevation, the geodetical elevation of the lands to allow for a 2% slope from the garage to the street. And that's why it just brings the home out a little bit more than, and that's why it has been considered a 3-story, but in actual effect, in essence, it is not a 3-story. It's just a technical variance at that. If you look at I included in my presentation package, you'll see that, you know, how it slopes down to the rear of the property. And the home in itself, you know, the main wall heights have been brought down. The 3-story is just because of the topography of the land. And the variance number 4, the platform at the back, is actually off of the main floor. It's not on the second floor. It's the main floor walkout.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone has any questions, panel members, for the applicant? No. Mr. Nipwell, do you have any questions? All good. Mr. Schwartz. All right, so since we don't have any questions for the applicant, let's take the matter to the committee. If anyone would like to make a motion? Any comments? Yes, Mr. Nipple, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't frankly see that there's any difficulty with this application. I can understand the confusion of the public, though. The purpose of the application is listed as a two-story building, and yet variance number 3 calls for 3 stories. And Ms. Evangelista has attempted to explain why that is, but I can understand why it would be confusing, because we've got both stories in the same report. Having said that, I don't frankly see any difficulty with this. I would be happy to move an approval. Is everyone okay with that? I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the rear deck being screened as shown. It's already on here, but I just wanted to pull it out as shown on drawing A9, which is the rear elevation. It's actually pulled out on the drawing. Subject to that, I think that this clearly meets the 4 tests and doesn't impose any hardships onto the neighborhood. As amended, my mistake, sorry.
Yes, as amended, yes. And staff, we have the indication that's shared by Mr. Nipwell. You're okay with that? Okay. Do you have a second? Anyone? Mr. Bartolo? All in favor? Okay, your application is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have Miss.
Thank you, Mr. Fazeli. All right, item 27, 146 to 150 LAIRD Drive, sorry. This is an application to increase the height of the mechanical rooftop unit. The variances for mechanical rooftop height. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, presentation, cover letter, zoning bylaw 1324 of 2018, and 3 letters of objection from 187, 189, and 191 Randolph Road. Do we have people here on this item, or this is all online, I guess?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so let's go forward with we have nobody online on this? Oh, you do? Okay, they're not on my list. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's all right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Eileen Costello. I'm a solicitor at LAIRD and Burles. I'm here on behalf of Viva Leaside GP Inc., who are the owners and proponents for the project. Ma'am, we did file a slide deck, a presentation, but I think this is a relatively straightforward manner, and I do know there's 3 letters of objection, and I'd rather reserve my time just to speak to that if I may. So this is a project, this is a multi-phase in-place seniors facility. Viva Retirement Communities is an established Ontario builder of these projects. They allow for seniors to age in place. So you start in an active condo and you move through increasing levels of care in the facility. This is a 2-building phased project, which is under construction right now. It included the heritage restoration of the DuPont Motors building, which is on the west side of Leaside that many folks will know. That's the long rectilinear shape of the site. It's an important interface between the old industrial area to the east and the established Leaside neighborhood to the west. The application which is before you is to increase the height of the mechanical cooling tower. Originally, there was a variance for 2 bylaws because this was a site which was subject to the old Leaside bylaw and to 569, but we're now here in front of you with just 1 variance. The maximum permitted projection is 5 meters under the City of Toronto's new comprehensive bylaw. The cooling tower will be 7.1 meters in total, so a 2.1 meter overheight. The rationale for it, and someone's doing a lovely job of scrolling as I speak, so thank you so much. The rationale is in fact because of the use. So as you can imagine, with a facility which is a facility that provides care to long-term care facility as well as folks who are aging in place, the HVAC needs are extensive and are constantly being re-engineered and reimagined for the property. And so as a consequence, the cooling tower has needed to be raised in order to allow for heating vents to proceed beneath it. I noted there were 3 letters of objection, and I'd like to just turn to those in my last few moments to speak to them. And I think respectfully, they all probably indicate a misunderstanding of the application. There's reference to a mechanical overlie of 12.1 meters or of a variance of 7.1 meters. And I appreciate that it can be difficult for folks to understand the total math. But just to clarify, and if we could just go back to that last slide you were just at, thank you so much. So what we tried to do, and then in looking at it, it's even more confusing, is we tried to show you in the red the space in the sky where the tower is going to be occupying. That's the additional 2 meters. The tower, which has already been approved, sits below those 2 meters, obviously. The location of the tower is not changing. It was fully reviewed by city staff. The compliance certificates for the HVAC equipment remains consistent, responding to one of the comments about air quality. And as it relates to issues of noise and shadow, there's an architectural plan that shows the site plan in the package, not in our presentation, but in the package. But I'll perhaps just give the committee some dimensions. The cooling tower is located more than 20 meters from the rear property line on the roof. The location of the tower is not changing. The 3 units, the 3 properties in question along Radolph are to the south, and they're almost 40 meters to the south of where the cooling tower is going to be located. If you could just stop right there. Oh, on that note, if you could go back to that roof plan. And I'm going to just approach, because there's nowhere for me to do this. If you just look at the white square, that is, and this is highly unusual, but I'm going to do it right now. That's the cooling tower. That's where it's staying. That's more than 20.5 meters to the top. And if you go to the grid line E, in that G is the lot. They are about 35 meters to the south. So I'm not here with a shadow study. I've been doing this for 20 years. We're not going to shadow those lots as a consequence of the additional 2.1 meters of the cooling tower. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. We did review this entirely with planning staff. There are no letters of concern from staff on the file. And this is a really important project for this community, and this is a technical variance which is necessary for the safe operation of the building. Thank you, Madam Chair.
First question. Thank you. First question then, the cooling tower appears then to be, can we put that drawing back up for 1 sec, just so I can, between L and H? Is that, or H and L? No,
The cooling tower.
L and M, I'm sorry.
The cooling tower is between N and O. It's the white box, ma'am,
Oh, the other
on the
white
roof,
Okay.
just in the corner of the T. If you
I
can
see
see
it now.
that.
Yep.
And that T is the large elevator overrun and some other mechanical. There's an awful lot of mechanical on the roof of this building.
So is there a plan in the package that shows where it is then? Okay, so let's just make sure we've got, because I had a lot of trouble finding it, but
Yeah.
maybe I just didn't enlarge it enough.
If you zoom in on A100, ma'am, you can see it as the white box on the roof. And again, the location of the tower is not changing. If the committee technician could go to the plans, you've got it right there. You've got it on the screen.
Oh,
And if you just zoom in.
And then from an elevation perspective, do we have a drawing that shows that?
If you go to the,
Oh. Okay.
yeah, if you go to A401 in the package, ma'am. Thank you very much. And if you scroll up, if you go to the middle of the drawing
Yeah, where is that?
and you look between grid lines O and N, you'll see again a large white space.
Probably want this drawing.
And what you see are a series of horizontal lines, ma'am, and that's showing you where, in this case, the two zoning bylaws, the Lee side bylaw that was at a 6 meters, the 569 bylaw that's at the 5 meters, we've shown you both, and then we've shown you the height of the overrun for the cooling tower.
Okay.
Does that assist?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I understand. I would want to tie it to the drawings, I think, for the location, because otherwise it's a bit confusing, you know, in terms of
Absolutely.
location.
Yeah, absolutely. If you wanted to tie it to the roof plan at A100, ma'am, that would be perfectly, and that's accurate to show the exact footprint of the cooling tower, and then the variance would allow that footprint to get to the 7.1 meters.
All right.
If that assists.
Okay. Anyone else have questions? Oh, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If we were to call up in a condition A401, is that the height of the cooling tower as shown? Is it to scale?
They're architectural drawings, sir, so yes. It's showing you, A401 is showing you 3 different items, sir. It's showing you the horizontal line, which is the 2 zoning bylaw requirements, and then the height of the overrun. The actual, it's a little difficult because on elevation, the cooling tower actually sits behind other mechanical elements. So what we were trying to show you the height.
If we were trying to identify the cooling tower on this drawing, excuse me, is it those dotted lines that go up, is that the height of it? Or
That is the height of it, sir.
Okay, and all of your other mechanical equipment has a screen in front of it. Is there a screen in front of the cooling tower?
There is not a screen in front of the cooling tower, and before you ask, because I asked my client the exact same thing, can we put one there? The reason is we cannot, and it is because of the proximity of the cooling tower to the edge of other mechanical equipment. I asked the exact question, sir.
And you have no difficulty if we tie any approval to these drawings?
None at all, sir.
Because the issue would be, we don't want you to move it, make it bigger, make it taller. It has to be as shown on these drawings.
Well, in fact, that's why I suggested if you tied it to A100, that's the actual footprint of the mechanical, which doesn't change.
Yeah.
And then you're giving me a variance for
Yep.
7.1 on the mechanical.
Okay.
No difficulty at all, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, just a point of reference, there are 2 A401 plans, so if you're going to use an elevation, just make sure you reference the correct A401.
It's not me referencing, it's the person making the motion, so I'm not worried about that, but I understand what you're saying. We'll make Mr. Bartolo got the numbers. Mr. Swartz got a question.
Are you able to show a section demonstrating compliance with 45-degree angle plane from the Randolph lot line?
The 45-degree angular plane is a mid-rise guideline, sir, that's referenced in one of the objector's reports. It's not a requirement of the site-specific zoning bylaw for the project.
Right, but you haven't shown it, you don't have it?
No, this building doesn't comply completely with the 45-degree angular plane. It didn't when it was approved, sir. There are projections from the stepped elevations at, I believe, I'm going from memory from 2014, at levels 5 and level 7. This is a stepped building with extensive outdoor amenity for dementia units. And so the property today, sir, does not fully comply with the 45-degree angular plane, nor is that a zoning bylaw requirement.
My only concern, I know you've done this 20 years and you're not showing us a shadow study. I can appreciate that, but to my knowledge, we don't have a staff. Do we have a staff report?
No, you don't. There's
So we
no
don't have,
concerns
so
from staff.
basically, you're a lawyer. We don't have any planning report. I'm not saying we shouldn't approve it. I'm just trying to look for the planning argument to approve it.
So I can provide that to you, sir. This is a mixed-use area designation site. This is a site-specific bylaw, which was tailored to allow for a long-term care facility. The facility is being constructed, and technological changes to the HVAC equipment have changed. In order to respond to those mechanical demands, the elevation of the mechanical cooling tower has had to increase by 2 meters to allow for additional cooling and heating pipes to go in under the cooling tower. As a consequence of that, we're here looking for a technical variance for the cooling tower. If you'd like me to speak to the shadow issue specifically, I can. We could go back to the site plan and we could look at the fact that this cooling tower is going to be located 35 meters away and 20 meters back from the 3 objections. There's no possible way this cooling tower is going to shadow more than this very large building, which has already been approved and which is under construction. So that was my response. I hope you didn't take it flippantly. I didn't intend it that way.
Okay, you've shed a little more light on it.
I hope so.
Thank you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question here. I think this variance in the circulated public notice is incorrect. It says the proposed rooftop mechanical equipment for building B is going to exceed the permitted height by 7.1 meters, which I think is a confusion. It's a total of 7.1 meters. It's exceeding by 2.1. Is that
That's
correct? Okay, so we can clean this up with new language. I'm prepared to make a motion if everybody else is satisfied.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Listen, I don't think this is going to have an adverse effect. It's relatively minor in the grand scheme of everything, especially on a project of this scale. So I don't really have any issues with it. I think we just have to get the language in the drawings correct. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application with the following revision, that variance number 1 reads mechanical rooftop units. The proposed rooftop mechanical equipment cooling tower for building B, southern building, exceeds the maximum permitted height by 2.
Madam Chair, I really don't want to stop you, and apologies to Ms. Bartolo. Apparently, there is another speaker online. They've been incorrectly identified as an agent. Would you indulge us if we would see if this person would speak?
Sure. Yes.
So if you would just need to come out of committee.
Okay. We're out of committee.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Cheryl Griffin from 191 Randolph Road.
All right. And your comments?
A lot of it has been cleared up by the discussion that's just happened. I still have concerns about noise. If you're lifting it up, if it's larger or further up, the noise that might come from it that backs onto our backyards. I've spent the past 7 years with noise, tremors, everything going on. And I just want to make sure, as much as possible, that the noise from having an extra 2 meters is going to be compensated for.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Costello, are you able to address that?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the item which is actually being elevated is a cooling tower. So the actual machinery, although it's mechanical, it in and of itself is a large static tower which is going to contain the cooling water for the HVAC system beneath. So it's not that the operative elements of the tower are being raised 2.1 meters. It's the overall height which is coming up to allow for the additional material at roof level. I can simply advise that there are certificates of approval required for all of this machinery, which are required to meet the noise limits within the City of Toronto. We have not asked for any special exemptions to that, so the obligation and the onus is on the operator of the building. That's the best I can do.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Okay. All right, anyone have any questions of the resident? All right.
Well,
Mr. Swarth? Yeah, go ahead. Yep. You can go back right now before we go into committee.
So I know, I just want to be clear. I know you answered my question very well on the 45-degree plane, but maybe if you could repeat it again, because maybe I don't understand it well enough. Maybe just so that I understand the exception for this property. I know you articulated it well, but maybe I'm a little slow. So if you could articulate it again so that it just sinks in. I appreciate that.
No problem, through you, Madam Chair. And I doubt you're slow, sir. There's a reference in one of the objection letters to the mid-rise guidelines and a discussion about the deployment of a 45-degree angular plane, and I know this committee is very familiar with that as a design tool. What I was pointing out was that is a guideline that is in effect that applies across the avenues in the City of Toronto, and in some instances is implemented by way of a zoning bylaw. This building, which is already under construction and was approved, does not fully comply with the 45-degree angular plane. If the committee wanted, they could look at the north elevation and the south elevation, which are shown at 402 of the package. And that will show you that the building largely does comply with a 45-degree plane in that it steps back all the way to Randolph. And that's why when I gave the committee the dimension, I referenced the fact that the cooling tower is located more than 20 meters from the lot line. That's because the highest point of the building has been pushed as close as possible to Leaside. So there, that's great. Thank you very much. So that's an example of the deployment of the 45-degree angular plane, sir. My point was this building does not strictly follow that angle. If I were to go up and then draw the 45 at the 7.5 meters back, you would see that the upper elements of that building, the habitable elements, already pierce the 45-degree angular plane. That's simply because it's a function of the fact that you cannot have large double-loaded deep suites that you need for long-term care facilities on the upper floor in a very narrow floor plate, right? So if you look right there, you'll see the top floors of the building would encroach into that 45-degree angular plane already. So my point was the additional 2.1 meters for this cooling tower, that's not causing a lack of compliance with the angular plane. When the tribunal approved this building in 2014, it knew that portions of the building were going to protrude.
Okay.
Does that help?
It helps. And I think a point you made earlier, but maybe I'll make it back to you, but it was a point you made, which was there's a social purpose to this construction. It's to provide for seniors, for residents to be in a long-term care and to stay in their homes. So this isn't just a project for making money, although it is, but there is a social purpose behind this that we might not typically see in a typical application. Is that your position?
Through the chair to you, sir, I've learned very much on this project since 2014 that buildings such as this are not contemplated in zoning bylaws because they are unusual. I've also would observe that the official plan speaks about providing for a range and a type of housing that's available to all sectors, including sectors in our population who are underserved. The Leaside community in particular, and the City of Toronto in particular, is significantly underserved in terms of purpose-built housing for seniors, which can transition to long-term care, and particularly for dementia-serving and memory-serving floors, which is another very unique aspect of this building. So I would agree with the proposition that this is a very unique type of housing, and it's not the kind of typical housing the committee probably sees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think we're ready to go into committee now. Mr. Bartolo.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this, like I was mentioned, the public hearing notice is incorrect based on what I'm hearing from the applicant here. They need 2.1 additional meters for a total of 7.1 meters, not 7.1 meters in addition to 5. So the cooling tower height will be 7.1 meters, right? Correct? Thank you. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application with the following revised language, that the proposed rooftop mechanical equipment cooling tower for Building B, Southern Building, exceed the maximum permitted height by 2.1 meters, and its location be subject to drawing A100 provided in this package before the committee today. And that should be sufficient.
I believe you're correct. Okay, do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? That is carried. The application's been approved.
My thanks to the committee.
Thank you. All right. Item 28, 39 BATHFORD Crescent. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for lot coverage, height of exterior main walls. On file, we have a revised list of variances, a survey, original plans, revised plans dated Feb 9th, 26. arborist report, community planning report, Metrolinx memo, urban forestry conditions, 2 letters of objection from 17 Chase Road and 9 Bathford Crescent. I believe that is it. We have our applicant. And is anyone here on this item? Okay, thank you. You're a neighbor? Okay, so just a minute. We're going to hear from the applicant first, and then you'll have your turn, okay? Thank you. All right, I assume the applicant's online?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Christine Dan.
Thank you. And your address?
My address is 2710 14th Avenue, City of Markham.
Thank you. We do have a few people in attendance online on this item, so if you could provide a brief presentation. Oh, first of all, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
Yes, we have.
All right, let's pull up the public meeting notice and start with variance number 1.
Variance number 1, the proposed lot coverage is being reduced from 33.8% to 32.3%.
All right, thank you. Any change to variance 2?
Yes, the proposed main wall height is being reduced from 8 meters to 7.7 meters.
Okay, thank you. And that's it. All right, so if you could provide a brief presentation on the application, please.
Yes. The application before you today seek release from the zoning bylaw for only 2 minor variances. The first variance relates to the lot coverage. We are requesting a modest increase of 2.3% above what is permitted. The dwelling itself covers 32% of the lot coverage, and a small portion of the front porch, about 0.3%, is included in that calculation, resulting in a total lot coverage of 32.3%. The second variance relates to the main wall height. The bylaw permits a maximum of 7.5 meters, and we are requesting a minor increase of 0.2 meters. The overall building height complies with the bylaw. We have reviewed the neighbors' letters of concerns, particularly regarding main wall's height. In our view, the impact will be minimal. The proposed dwelling provides generous side yard setback of 1.8 meters on both sides. In addition, the proposed dwelling is set back farther from the rear property line than the existing dwelling. Given these conditions, we do not anticipate any significant adverse impact on the neighbors' enjoyment of their property, including sunlight or views of the rear yard. City plannings are supportive of the application. We respectfully submit that the requested variants are minor in nature and meet the 4 tests. Thank you for consideration, and I will be happy to answer any questions committee may have.
All right, thank you. Do committee have any questions? No. All right. All right, let's hear from our neighbor first.
Madam and committee, thank you for hearing my concerns. I am a number 39. My lot is considerably lower than the number 39.
So sorry, can we start with your name and address, please?
It's Sylvia Curtin, number 9, BATHFORD Crescent.
Number 9. Okay, so you're in the rear of the property.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
correct.
Go ahead.
This is a sloping, we're really in the middle of a hill, and the hill is sloping downwards further away from them towards my property. And we already are a lot lower than their house. I submitted some pictures on my email to you, to the committee, and that shows quite clearly that our house sits a lot lower, And therefore, any increase above the city guidelines, it's going to negatively impact. In actuality, the bungalow that sits there now, it's fine for us, but any increase above what the bungalow already has, it's going to impact us negatively. We're going to have a lot of shade in our backyard. We're not going to enjoy the sunlight hitting the ground, and that will definitely impact negatively our enjoyment in the summer months, and it will decrease the value of our property, as well as the light inside the house. This is a view from my bedroom, and the cedars that you see in the back there as a fence, which is on my side of the property, they are already at least 6 feet high, and they sit about 2 feet higher than where this picture was taken, because this is the nature of the slope. So in order for us to have a level backyard, we had to build a retaining wall in order to be able to enjoy our backyard and have a safe fence with regards to our neighbors to the east.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? No? All right, thank you very much for your comments. Let's go to our online neighbors.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Angie Lin. I'm also a neighbor. I'm from 43 BATHFORD Crescent.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we reviewed the application, and overall we are supportive of this variance. However, with the condition that the proposal to comply with the city planning rule at 30% of the lots coverage, as well as the maximum height of 7.5 meters. Yeah, that's all from me.
Okay, so you have a different opinion than staff, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the plan that the architect applied has a bit too much height than the bylaw or planning rule says, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 7.7 compared to 7.5, and lot coverage of 32.3 comparing to 30. So we are fine as long as the architect or the proposal modify their plan to adhere with the city rules.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, can I just clarify that the last speaker basically is opposed to the variances?
I believe
because
so.
basically what he said is that the dimensions he recorded are the ones that are in the bylaw, so he doesn't agree with the application.
That was what I was trying to get at.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Nipfel. Okay, let's have our next neighbor. You can sit down if you like.
5 BATHFORD.
Yes.
25 BATHFORD. And so I'm on the north side of number 39. I'm somewhat concerned about, well, number one, I'm on vacation right now. I'm in Barbados. So
jealous.
I didn't, sorry to tell you that. But my other neighbor at number 23 tried her best to send the letter to me, and we couldn't manage to read any of the diagrams as to the measurements of anything. So my question is how close is that northern wall to the lot line?
Okay, we can let the applicant address that. Do you have you have a concern about that? Or you don't?
Well, I have two 40-year-old trees back there, and my big concern is if they damage my trees, are they going to replace them?
Okay, we can let the applicant address that. At this point, there isn't a variance for the side yard. So they're not proposing to bring the house closer than what the bylaw permits.
I think the house is currently about maybe 10 feet from the lot line.
So I'm not sure what the zoning bylaw requirement is because it's not a variance, but we'll let the applicant address that for you.
Okay.
Did you have any other things?
Yes, is there a fence that's going to be built?
Okay, on the north property line?
On
Is
the
that-
north, well, yes, on the north side, on
Yeah.
Sylvia's side.
Okay, well, they can answer that. Anything else?
I think that's, when is construction supposed to start?
Okay, that's always a difficult question, but again, we'll let the applicant take a stab at that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right, shall we bring, is that it for residents now? Okay, let's bring the applicant back.
Oh, yes.
Hi, could you please address the comments made by the residents?
Yes. So as mentioned in previous, if we look at the site plan, the proposed drawing is set back approximately 2.4 meters farther from the rear property line comparing to the existing drawing. So no building height variance is being requested. The proposed so involves only a modest increase of 0.2 meters in wall height. So we do believe our proposal is not expected to result in any significant adverse impact to the adjacent neighbors or the neighbor behind the subject property.
And is a fence proposed along the property line? The second resident
yeah.
was talking about the north.
Regarding the side yard setback of the north side, the required side yard setback is 1.8 meters, and we have the front portion setback at 1.8 meters and have the rear portion of the north side wall setback as 2.5 meters. For those two trees, we are planning to preserve those trees. And if you look at the tree protection plan and the arborist report we submitted to the committee, those two trees will be protected by protection fence.
Sorry, protected by, okay.
Yeah.
Protective fence. Okay, but in terms of long-term, I think the second neighbor was asking, will a fence be constructed along the property line on that side? Does the owner intend to build a fence?
We haven't discussed this issue with the homeowner.
Okay. And then the final question was, when would the construction potentially start? Do you have any idea?
We assume after if we got approval from Committee of Adjustments, we might need few months to prepare the building permit application and got building permit from the city. And after that, we will, the construction date really depends on the owner.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions of the applicant? All right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Bartolo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I think some of it might just be a little bit of a misunderstanding because the overall height of the building is in compliance, right? This is the main wall height. So in terms of height and kind of that visual impact, it's unaffected by the variances that are here. And with respect to the lot area that's being proposed, I see it as a relatively modest increase. I don't see any issues with this application, to be honest. I understand that the neighbor here, anything above a bungalow is going to be obviously greater. They have, by their rights, they can build significantly larger than a bungalow, to be honest, because it's not a requirement to just put on a bungalow, right? So to that end, I'm prepared to put forward an application for approval, subject to the conditions of urban forestry, and as modified here in the by the applicant, with variance number 1 modified to 32.3% and variance number 2 modified to 7.7 meters.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Swartz, second. Thank you very much. All right, all in favor? Yes, you got the forestry. All right, that is carried. The application.
I wonder, the lady that's calling in from Barbados,
Yep.
she doesn't have the plan in front of us, but she might get some comfort from what we have. The drawing is an overlay of the existing house, and it appears that the new proposed house is no closer to those trees than the existing house.
Okay. Are you talking about the site plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at the site plan, there's a dotted line underneath for the existing house, and the new house doesn't extend past that.
Okay, good point. Thank you, Mr. Nipfel. We were in the middle of voting on a motion. Could we do that again? All in favor? That is carried. The application has been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
You're welcome. All right, item 29, 98 Brookdale Avenue. This is an application to construct a 2-story addition to the rear of an existing dwelling in conjunction with a new detached garage. The variances are for building depth and floor space index. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, tree photos, cover letter, arborist report, urban forestry permit application, and 6 letters of support. Have our applicant with us.
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Maybe a little louder would help.
Okay. All right, let me just put up my volume.
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem. My name's Maria Denegri of Denegri Bestside Studio. We're located at 1088 Bathurst Street in Toronto. I am acting as the agent for the owners.
Thank you. And any changes to make to the application today?
No, no changes.
All right, thank you. Do we need a presentation? No? All right. I don't think we need a presentation unless there's something you want to point out.
No, I think my letter addressed to you issued last week basically explains it all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartolo, are you? Sure, go ahead. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? No? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bartolo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I think this is a very modest increase in application. I understand these long, narrow lots are sometimes challenging. The FSI isn't always a good reflection of what good building practice is, and the depth that's being added here is 83 centimeters. I don't see any issues with this. I think it meets the 4 tests and is minor all around. And they've already put in the application to urban forestry. I can see from the application. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application.
All right, thank you. Seconder, Mr. Vizzelli. All in favor? That is carried. The application's been approved. Okay, application number 30 is 37 Unsworth Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing semi-detached dwelling and convert into a duplex by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a new rear deck. The one variance is for building depth. On file, we have a survey, plans, community planning report, 1 letter of concern from 17 Unsworth, and 2 letters of support from 35 and 39 Unsworth Avenue.
Chair, good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon.
Miskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you. I assume there's no changes to make to the application?
Incorrect, Madam Chair. There is one change as per the planning report.
Right.
We will be reducing that building length to 18.5 meters.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
And Madam Chair, those plans were filed late last night, so they are on file with the Committee of Adjustment. So if meritorious, it could be tied to that set of plans that was submitted yesterday.
But we don't have them in our package, correct?
It would not, Madam Chair. It would have come late last night, but I think they are on the AIC, so they could be brought up as a reference, again, to tie them to those, to that set of plans.
All right.
And sorry, one last thing, Madam Chair. There also was a late letter of support from the adjacent neighbor. So essentially, both of the adjacent neighbors have submitted letters of support, including the one that is attached on the other side of the semi-detached.
Okay, thank you. And we don't have anyone here on this application and no one online, right? Okay, so we don't need a presentation, I don't believe. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? Okay, all right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the revised application. It's very straightforward. What's being requested is minor, and it has the support of both neighbors. And given that it's a semi-detached, the support of the attached neighbor is particularly important. So I'd like to move approval without any conditions. As amended, I said that.
Thank you. And second, Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? That is carried. The application's been approved. We have one left. Do we need a 5-minute break? All right. Sorry, audience members, we'll get to you shortly.
United States and Finland was like that. They went into overtime and bingo, they got the goal right away.
I just want to pull up the notice. Yeah. All right, we are back finally for the people in the audience that have been waiting very patiently. This is early for us, so we're actually excited. Okay, item 31, 396 Courtleigh Boulevard. This is an application to alter the existing building by constructing a rear deck. The variances are for lot coverage, east side yard setback to the rear deck, west side yard setback to the rear deck. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, previous decisions from January 8th, 2026, January 23rd, 2025, and letters of objection from 7 neighbors I have noted, but we have a list, I think more than 7, so we have some people who may or may not have submitted a letter, but that's okay, we'll hear from everybody. I just want to state at the beginning that we are not considering the use of this property. The use has already been decided for the daycare / synagogue. And I personally have been to all 3 hearings or heard all 3 hearings. So very aware of the site, drive by it frequently. And so today we are considering the variances that are before us, which are for lot coverage and the side yard setbacks and the actual permission for the deck to be the size that it is. So I just want to state that right at the beginning, and let's have our applicant to start with.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I'm Rabbi Gansberg, the owner. However, the architect has a representation here, and they're going to start off, and then I'll do the second half.
Okay, 5 minutes total.
And Edward, yep.
And
Let's have your name and address to start with.
hi, my name is Edward Ovshayev. I'm speaking on behalf of Turner Fleischer Architects, 67 Lesmill Road, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you.
All right.
And are you proposing to make a presentation?
Yeah, I would like to speak on the drawings that have been submitted with this application and touch on some of the feedback.
And perhaps you can speak on the revision from the previous application, because there was previously an application for a deck, but it was much larger.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. As you had just mentioned, not long ago, we appeared before you seeking several variances for this property. At that time, the committee had provided a lot of thoughtful and constructive feedback regarding the scale and impact of what we were proposing. We took that feedback to heart, and we took it very seriously, and we're returning to you with the drawings that you have on screen at the moment with a reassessed design, and have come back with a proposal that has made every effort possible to address the concerns that were raised. In our previous application, we were requesting a variance to permit a 130 square meter deck. In response to the committee's comments and feedback, we have significantly reduced the size of the deck to 61.5 square meters, as shown before you. That is nearly a 50% reduction from what was previously proposed. This reduction was achieved by limiting the extents of the proposed deck to align with the existing backyard walkout, and by also matching the side yard extents of the 2 existing decks, which are shown on the plan here for additional context. And then importantly, this revision also directly addresses the committee's concerns regarding soft landscaping along the north side of the property. The impact to soft landscaping is now extremely limited and localized primarily to the side yards rather than extending more broadly across the rear yard as previously proposed. As a result of these revisions, we are now only requesting variances for 3 items, lot coverage and the 2 side yard setbacks, which again, we are matching the side yard setbacks of the existing decks that are currently in place today. It's also worth noting that this committee has previously approved similar side yard setbacks variances for decks along Courtleigh for 254 and 258 Courtleigh Boulevard. Further to this, and most importantly, unlike our previous application, the City Planning Department has not submitted a letter of objection to this revised proposal, which we believe reflects that the earlier concerns have been meaningfully addressed. And then with respect to the operational matters and comments previously raised regarding the building use, I would surrender my time to Rabbi Menachem Gansberg, who leads the congregation to speak and directly address those points. So thank you very much, and more than happy to answer any questions.
All right, does anyone have any questions for the architect at this point? No? All right, let's hear from Rabbi Gansberg then.
Hi there. Thanks, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I just want to address a couple of the concerns that are indicated in the letters from some of the neighbors. I want to just begin by saying that the neighbors that are objecting are not the immediate neighbors. The immediate neighbors have not objected, not to the last one and not to the current one proposal. Also, the letters address, as Madam Chair, as you started off by saying, a lot of it has to do with the use. The city residential zoning bylaws allow for a more intense use, such as a day nursery and a place of worship, if the lot abuts Main Street, Bathurst, which is a lot more noisy and more intense. And the objections really have nothing to do with this deck at all. They object to the use of us being there. I also want to, I know last time around there was questions about the main use being a day nursery and the place of worship being the lesser use. So just in context of how this operates, the place of worship is on weekends, on Saturdays, the Sabbath, and the day nursery operates Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and services local families, many of whom walk over with their children, and it's working moms. So the main use, obviously, during the week is a day nursery. The weekend use is a place of worship, and the purpose of this deck is, like any other home, to be able to enjoy the warmer weather after the services. There's typically traditionally a light brunch that takes place, and in warm weather, instead of having it on the inside, to be able to do it on the deck, like any family goes outside and has a barbecue on the outside. Finally, there were pictures in one of the letters of children walking and showing the quote-unquote intensity of the street. Those pictures I can take on my block and every other block because it's parents walking their children home from school. That's not children that attend our school. It's children walking home after school, and that you can find in every block on a residential block. That's it for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do panel members have any questions? No? All right, thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll start with the neighbors that are here in person. Is there a representative, or are you all intending to speak individually? Yes? Okay, all right, so let's have the sort of group speaker speak first, and then we'll go from there. I don't think the microphone's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kenneth Chapman. I live at 2667 Bathurst Street. I am an immediate neighbor to the
north,
to the home or this area discussed. I am representing also Miss Eva Newman, who's sitting right there. She lives at 2667. She's at 2669 Bathurst Street, and I'm also representing the Chahan family, who lives at 2071 Bathurst Street. Mrs. Chahan is not well, so she's unable to attend. So I will speak on behalf of the three neighbors that are adjacent to the property in discussion. The west side of Bathurst from Glencairn to Eglinton is strictly residential buildings, and this is going to change that. The architect talked about other variances were for residences at 254 and 258. Courtleigh, the key word is they were for residences. This is not a residence. This is an organization. However benign, it's a business, and it changes the nature and the activity of the area. I have no issue with a daycare. My grandson goes to a Chabad daycare, so I appreciate that. However, a daycare indicates no evenings and no weekends. However, during the last committee meeting, it was revealed that the space was intended to be used for religious celebrations and events. Again, however benign, that's not what this residential area has been about. And we don't think it should change for that. I think it strains our collective credulity to suggest the proposed deck will not be used for functions and celebrations, i.e. it is not merely someone's backyard, as 254 and 258 Courtleigh are. We do not believe this is a minor change being proposed. Being a few meters from the proposed development, we will certainly be subjected to disturbances, possibly, again, innocently, but nonetheless they will be there. Further, it will affect the value of our homes should we choose to sell, i.e. our homes are now next to a business, not a house. This is the qualitative change it will bring. And one must ask, will the owners return to this committee one day and ask that the very large deck be turned into a large addition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? No. All right, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Michelle Berman. I live at 385 Courtleigh Boulevard.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here to respectfully oppose the requested deck variance. First, let's be clear, we are not talking about a quiet residential deck variance here. When you think about a backyard deck in our neighborhood, we're talking about a place to have some friends over, to hang out, maybe of 10 people, a barbecue, maybe on once in a blue moon. It's bigger than that. What the applicant has indicated is that their deck will be used for spillover activities, including events and drinking on a regular and continuous basis. This reflects a level of intensity that exceeds what would normally be expected in a residential setting. This is particularly concerning given that the property operates as a licensed daycare and ancillary place of worship, because the cumulative impact matters. I'd like to remind the committee, and I know, Madam Chair, you were at that meeting back on January 8th, that the applicant stated the rear yard deck will principally serve the ancillary place of worship for post-service snacks and the like, and also that it was designed to provide the outlet for the ancillary place of worship, to have that spill out after services for raising a glass and for whatever function, or as the rabbi just mentioned, for events like brunch. Even though the size of the deck may have been altered with this application and a third attempt to get this deck approved, the height has not changed, nor has the intent for which it will be used. At the last Committee of Adjustments meeting, the committee in deliberation said noise could be an issue at this height, specifically that noise could travel to the neighbors at this level. That fact has not changed. At the last Committee of Adjustment meetings, the committee in deliberations also said the deck was not compatible with the area, specifically that this is the type of deck you might see on a commercial lot, not on a residential property. Again, I understand that the size has been adjusted, but neither of these factors, neither height nor compatibility, have changed, despite the setback having been slightly modified. I understand we are not supposed to be considering that it's a daycare and place of worship, but the two are irreparably tied together by the applicant because of the intended secondary use. And what about the daycare space? At the last COA meeting, the applicant explained that the ancillary use will take place primarily in the basement, while the main and upper levels will be used as a daycare. This aims to justify the daycare is the primary use. But then why is one entire wall of the main floor, top to bottom, covered in marble? And the main floor also appears to be one large open space with no walls. When my daughter attended daycare, I can promise you the toddler room looked nothing like this. The main floor of 396 Courtleigh can in fact be used for gatherings and no doubt will be. Zoning-wise, can the committee please confirm that if the worship component grows beyond being clearly secondary, the city may treat it as a separate place of worship, which can trigger different zoning rules, parking requirements, and approvals? My understanding is that a daycare with an ancillary place of worship means that the place of worship is secondary, smaller in scale, and exists mainly to support the daycare's function, not to operate as a full independent religious institution. So I also asked the committee, do the rules for residential deck and lot coverage change if the space is operating as a commercial and ancillary space? Adding further programmed outdoor activity space for gatherings and events increases the intensity of use beyond what the zoning anticipated for this residential area. Now, I know I'm running out of time, but we've heard from the applicant that they are upset with our approach, and nobody has ever said that they object to them being there. So I don't know what that's about, but we are genuinely concerned with the safety of our neighborhood. We've already submitted that this property is located on a very busy street that does not have sidewalks. It fronts on Courtleigh at the corner of an extremely busy intersection. There are already 2 schools nearby, which you already know, but the result is substantial congestion, particularly during morning drop-off and afternoon pickup times. And I have to object to this concept that, the daycare will only be serviced by local members of the community. That is not in fact the case, as on the website it states the daycare will not be serving only the, sorry, my mistake. The daycare will not be serving only the local neighborhood, but will attract families from all parts of Toronto, and most, if not all, will be driving. The daycare's own website mentions that they cannot accommodate location preferences, making it clear that families are not limited to the immediate neighborhood to which they apply. And that's on their website, which you can have a look at. Pedestrian safety is also a serious concern. Without sidewalks, children, parents, and neighbors must share the roadway with through traffic. Increasing on-site capacity for gatherings will predictably increase parking demand and traffic circulation. And what of the property next door? The applicant has made it clear they own it. They talked about this at the last meeting. But what are they planning to do with it? Is this variance application before us today simply a step 1 of a larger plan to turn that residential lot into another multi-use commercial space? In summary, I submit that the requested variance through increased lot coverage is neither appropriate nor minor and should be denied. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? No? All right, next.
My name is Jeongnim Kai. I live in my property. I'm the owner for the 2665 Bathurst Street.
2665?
Bathurst.
Bathurst, okay,
yes.
Thank you.
I'm just to north of the subject property. Yes. Yeah, it's just neighborhood. So thank you for Madam Chamber and community to taking my concern. So we are already have the cross the street. There is a Hebrew Day School, and then across the opposite side of the cross there is also synagogue. So every single day we challenging to get out of my property to driving way. So somebody blocked my driveway, and then every single day that's happening for the especially traffic time. And then I noticed for the extended deck, the level of the deck is just within kind of 12 meters from my property. So the level is just like most of my time is consuming the living area. It's just same level, so very close to my property. And then if expected that that's kind of playground area, it's going to be more noise, lots of noise will be expected. So I'm kind of working at the full time at home, and then it's going to be very negatively impact my working and peaceful the living life. So my family is just like almost retired. Every single day is at home, just try to keep quiet. But right now it's very challenging for the construction. It's keeping more than 6 months. It's construction very close my property area. So it's going to be very challenging for the quiet enjoyment of my life. So that's my concern.
Thank you very much. Questions? No? All right. Anyone else from this group? No? Okay, thank you. Let's go to the people who are online.
Is our turn? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't think you can see us, but I think you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll start then. Okay, so first and foremost, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Masta Golyov, and I'm a resident representing my family at 395 Courtleigh Boulevard. So we are here to express our serious concerns regarding the proposed rear deck and the broader change in use of the neighboring property into a childcare and religious facility within what has always been a quiet residential neighborhood. This development will significantly impact our privacy, as previous people have already mentioned, daily living, and the character of our community. The construction of an elevated rear deck directly facing surrounding homes will create unavoidable noise, increased activity, and a constant loss of privacy, as our backyards and living spaces will effectively be overlooked by a commercial-style operation. Our home environments will shift from a peaceful residential setting to one immediately adjacent to a business with ongoing gatherings, outdoor activity, increased traffic, drop-offs, and noise throughout the day. This is not a minor alteration. It represents a fundamental change to how neighboring residents experience their homes, including concerns related to safety, congestion, noise levels, and the ability to quietly enjoy our property. We're also deeply concerned that we never received proper notice of any hearings or proceedings related to the zoning change, despite being directly affected, obviously, neighbors. This lack of notification prevented us from meaningfully participating earlier in process that will significantly affect our home and quality of life. Additionally, the dual nature of this use as both childcare and religious institution raises further concerns regarding scale, frequency of gatherings, and the cumulative impact of increased activity beyond what is typical or appropriate for a residential street. Approving structures such as this deck sets a precedence that gradually transforms residential areas into mixed commercial spaces without adequate protection for existing residents. We respectfully ask the committee to carefully consider the long-term impact on neighboring families, including privacy loss, noise disturbance, traffic safety, and overall character of the neighborhood before allowing this development to proceed. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. All right. Next person.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Sorry?
Could you speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
I apologize. Can you hear me better now?
Could be a little louder.
Okay. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Lonnie Kirsch, and I'm a resident at 389 Courtleigh Boulevard. Firstly, I believe some background information is necessary for the committee. I know that the chair has been a common denominator on all the 3 different variance hearings, but maybe some of the other committee members need some additional information. The subject properties at the northeast corner of Courtleigh Boulevard and Bathurst Street. They're 2 large schools directly across Bathurst Street whose parent body already used the same section of Courtleigh Boulevard for pickup and drop-off. The street has no sidewalks and parking only on one side. Traffic, parking, and pedestrian safety situation in the area before any addition to the proposed use of the subject property is already a complete mess. How did we get to where we are now? There was an original Committee of Adjustments hearing for the property held on January 23, 25, at which significant variances were requested, including additional front pad parking and cutting of the curb. This was the first variance hearing for this property. The hearing was held during the most recent postal strike. A notice was provided by advertisement in the Toronto Star. No one in the neighborhood was aware of the hearing, and no one from the neighborhood attended or made any submissions. Odd for a use of the property that would substantially change the fabric of the neighborhood with the addition of a large commercial daycare operation for 85 children, also operating as a synagogue, to an otherwise quiet residential street. You can see how odd that is with 20 people showing up today to raise concerns and objections. The City Transportation Department had raised concerns with the original application and wanted the variance proposals to be conditioned on further studies. Mysteriously, the morning of the hearing, the condition was withdrawn. As you know, due to recent changes to the Planning Act, the neighbors had no rights of appeal to the original decision, and attempts to get our city councillor to do so were not well received or were ignored. No one questions that zoning for the subject property to permit a daycare, subject property permits a daycare, but the size of the daycare and the expected negative impacts to traffic, parking, noise, garbage, and safety are a significant concern. The property is a square peg in a round hole and does not fit within the feel or aesthetic of the neighborhood. The proposed monster deck, which I believe is on the second floor and above the height of any ground floor fencing, which, as the committee is well aware, fencing height is reduced for a property abutting a major arterial road, would undoubtedly lead to large outdoor gatherings and greater use of the property, compounding the traffic, parking, noise, garbage, and safety concerns. No one else in the neighborhood would be permitted to have a deck of this size, and having zoning as of right for daycare does not give you the right to have any variance you want to the zoning bylaws. With respect to the 4 zoning principles that must be satisfied, the increase to lot coverage is not minor, increasing lot coverage by 28% and bringing daycare and synagogue activity and assemblies outdoors. I have not heard any submissions as to why this deck, this large deck, is necessary for the operation of the daycare. I don't believe the intent of the zoning bylaws to permit large commercial operates to operate in quiet residential neighborhoods or without any regard to the quiet enjoyment of residential properties. Any variances to the bylaws require that the varied property still fit within the look and feel of the neighborhood. There was a submission made, and I was part of that submission, for neighbors seeking a deferral of this application to permit the city to study operational, parking, traffic, and safety issues. There's no urgency in the committee granting approval today, given winter conditions and the inability to build or use the deck for many months. Thank you very much, committee members, for allowing me to make these submissions.
Thank you. All right, do we have one other person? No, that's it? All right, let's bring back our applicant. I'm not sure if it's the architect or the rabbi who are going to speak to the concerns that have been raised.
Hi, this is Edward from Turner Fleischer. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I can speak to a couple of the comments that were made regarding the elevation of the deck and the items about screens.
Okay.
In regards to the elevation of the deck, similar to our previous application, the elevation matches the existing deck height. So we're not increasing the height or lowering it. It matches what is currently approved and what is currently built on site today. So in regards to that elevation, that's not something that we're modifying. We're matching the existing elevation, what's approved. In regards to the screens, in the previous application, as mentioned, there were questions about screens in regards to the property between 396 and 394 because of the side yard setback reduction. Because we are now matching the existing extents of the deck and the side yard setback, that was the attempt to address that item. Those are 2 items I'd like to comment on in response to some of the comments that we had received. And I can hand over the rest of the time to the rabbi in regards to any operational questions. But as mentioned, this application is primarily focused on the deck, and as Madam Chair had opened up with, not in regards to the zoning and the currently approved use of the site.
Okay, before you turn it over, I think we have a question or 2 for you.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You've mentioned, excuse me, the existing decks that are currently on the property. Are they as shown on the survey drawing that we have before us?
Could you please pull it up on the screen? If you go to the previous page. On 394, that is an existing deck. On 396, the existing walkout is shown. but the existing deck is not shown on that survey. But the site plan drawing that we have shows the existing decks.
And so did the photos, the one photo of the rear.
And what, can you tell me what the lot coverage is of the existing decks?
The existing decks lot coverage,
Like how does it compare to what's being asked for today?
currently they would be giving us a coverage of about, let me look at the stats here. Sorry if you bear with me while I find that number. Yeah, I believe what's permitted at the moment is 29.31 square meters. That is currently what's permitted for our deck
And what percentage is
decks to be built, and we're currently under that requirement.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the coverage of what you've got compared to the coverage of what you're asking for. You're asking for 45%, and I'm wondering what the percentage is of what you've already got on the property.
Right. Okay, I see.
Do you want to calculate it and come back?
Yes, please.
All right, I had an additional question regarding the deck. Did you ever consider lowering the deck? I'm not sure if it's possible with the walkout below, but was that considered?
So the reason why we at the moment have not considered that is because we are using the deck on the northeast side of the property with an exit stair for OBC compliance. So we are just trying to maintain that same design intent there.
So
And
that has to be level? Is that what you're saying with the exit?
correct, because we, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to say, as opposed to a step down from there.
Correct, because we have that door on the northeast corner. So as you would walk out, you would have at the moment a deck, and then followed by that you have an exit stair, and you can't exit out directly onto a stair. So in any capacity, you would have to have a platform, and then if we were to do what you're inquiring about, you would have a upper level deck. Then you would have the stairs that would go to a lower level deck, and then you would have more stairs after that to take you down to grade. It's not very conducive for egress.
Okay, thank you. Carry on with your lot coverage, and let's have Rabbi Gansberg back to address some of the other concerns that the residents have raised.
Yes, I'm just going to do that math in the background here.
Okay.
Okay, so currently it's approximate. I had to do a very quick estimate here, but the two decks that are currently built on site, they total a bit over 10 square meters, and then as mentioned, we're permitted a total of 29.3 square meters, and then what we're proposing is 61 square meters. Does that answer the committee's question?
Yes, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
They're going to deny it.
Are you back?
I guess it's me here. It's Rabbi Gansberg.
Yes. You were going to address the other concerns that have been raised by residents?
I'll try on some of them. Obviously, respect the committee and Madam Chair, the opposition here, as you can see it both in person and over the phone and in the letters, are from people that don't want there to be a daycare and they don't want there to be a place of worship there for the most part. While I understand that they live next door, I'm the first house from Bathurst Street where I live. And when I bought my house, I fully understood that being the proximity near Bathurst Street, that the neighboring properties would one day change as well. And as you see on Bathurst Street, even neighbors immediately behind us, which speak about their quiet residential home, they are literally living on Bathurst Street. And if you're on Bathurst Street, there is no quiet. You live on Bathurst Street, that means you know that the intensity is much greater when you're on Bathurst Street. If you want a really quiet home, you go one block in. And so from that perspective, I don't think anything we do, whether we have 250 square feet less on a deck or not, that's not going to change it. It's a matter of accepting that this is a permitted use. And whether it was going to be us or someone else, this property would not remain a home for the rest of its lifetime. Every property on Bathurst Street has the ability to change into something more than a residential home. And for the most part, they have changed. A couple of blocks north of us, they completely changed from homes, becoming a condo over there. Across the street, a condo over there. And that's what main streets, the city has changed it to that. So I can't speak to that. What I could say that the focus here is we're requesting about 300 square feet or 250 to 300 square feet more of a deck than what is already permitted. And that's all. The fact that there is opposition, it has nothing to do with the deck. It has all to do with the use, as you've heard today. Thank you.
All right. Question? Anyone? Mr. Schwartz.
So I noticed, I just have a couple of things for clarification. It appears that there is a resident who lives north of this property. My understanding is that on the east side of the property, that is owned by the same institution, but the north is a resident. Is there any opportunity to, if we were to approve, hypothetically, if we were to approve, is there any opportunity to mitigate the exposure for that resident on the north side, such as with a privacy screen? Do you have any ideas of what would be acceptable to you? Would a privacy screen, for example, be acceptable to you?
So I'd have to discuss that with Edward, what his privacy screen looks like. But again, as of right, we're allowed to increase this porch as of right. We don't need to be at committee for that. We're just, which means we would still use it. And I don't think that the neighbor in the back would be able to, it would make a difference to them, the 200 square feet. If we could come up with something that has some sort of screening that, doesn't block us into a fortress, yes, but we're very, very far from the neighbor in the back. Very far. In fact, we just put in a brand new fence there at our cost per her request. And also, I'd like to mention that the last time around, she had no objections to this at all. So there's a couple of neighbors on Courtleigh that I've gone door to door and, just begged her to come on board because she's an immediate neighbor. But she's been really nice to us, and we've never had an issue with her. And all her comments today were the intensity of the use of a daycare, not related to the porch size at all. So I don't think the screening of that will make a difference to any issues she has.
Okay, well, maybe I'm a little confused then, because if you could build it as of right, why don't you just build it as of right? Why are we here? What is this?
No, we're asking for a slightly bigger porch. That's all.
So, but it's 10%, 10% in excess of the permitted, right? How do you say that that's slightly?
Edward could confirm the percentage.
Well,
Many of such porches has been approved in many homes in this neighborhood to the size that we're asking. And we're not encroaching on the backyard at all. It's just covering the existing walkout.
well, so my understanding is you're going from 35%, which could be allowed, to 45%. Is that correct? Is that what we're dealing with here? Am I missing something?
Again, I'm going to have Edward, he's the architect. He'll be able to tell you on the percentage stuff. I can answer only on the use part.
Well, let him talk then.
Edward, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep,
Can
go ahead.
the chair hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of overall lot coverage specifically, we are requesting a 10% increase. That is correct. And then as it relates to decks specifically, we are permitted 29 square meters, and then we're proposing the 61 square meter. But in regards to lot coverage, that is correct. In regards to the screening item, I can work with Rabbi Gansberg, the client, to come up with some kind of a design. The ultimate approval on the installation of that screen would come from him. But the main purpose is no matter what, around the perimeter, we have to have a guardrail. So it would just need to make sure that whatever screen would hypothetically be requested is within reason and wouldn't require significant structural impacts.
I guess I have another question, and I don't know how to phrase this, but like, I guess this is the third time, right? Is the third time you're coming, and each time it gets a little bit smaller. Now you're down to 45, and
sorry. In regards to the deck specifically, this would be the second time.
Is that what this is the second time on the deck?
That is correct, sir.
Oh, okay. So the last time you were at what coverage? Just so I understand.
Yes. So last time we were requesting 130 square meters.
Extra.
130 square meters, and we've reduced that by 50%, and we've limited the size of the deck to match the footprint of the existing walkout and the existing side yard setbacks for the two existing decks as they are today. I would I'd be remiss not to mention that in the previous application, we were requesting at the time a variance for the north yard setback due to how large it was, and the neighbor that you have mentioned did not submit a letter in opposition or show up in opposition to that, and currently we have reduced the size of the deck, and we do not require a north side setback variance anymore. So I would be remiss not to mention that.
Okay, so you don't have a setback problem, but you have a lot coverage problem still.
That would be correct.
Okay, I think I'm.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any other questions? All right, go ahead, Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Avsheyev, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Rabbi Ginsburg indicated that, and I take his point about use versus what we have before us, but he indicated that this size deck is quite common in the area. There are many people that have a deck on this size. Normally, what we would request is to identify properties in the immediate vicinity that have exactly what you're asking for. So I'm going to do that for you. Can you tell me of properties on Courtleigh that have a deck this size?
In regards to projection from the building, we have the immediate building to the east, which you can see on the site plan here, 394.
I'm talking, we're dealing with a variance, so let's go with percentages. You're asking for a 10% increase. So presumably, Rabbi Ginsburg is indicating that there are many properties with decks that have a percentage of 45% of the property. And and the residents have basically argued the opposite. The residents have said that nobody has a deck anywhere near this size, and I think the issue, in fairness, is use, but it's use of a deck that size. The larger the deck, the more people, the more noise. So I'm just trying to get a handle on what the common denominator is on the street, and if in fact there are other decks that are geographically the same size as this one. Do they have the same dimensions and the same coverage as the one that you have before us?
In terms of the two properties that I had previously mentioned, the variances that were approved for those were specifically in regards to setback, not for coverage. And those setback requests were in line with ours. Our coverage one, at this moment, I don't have a specific property that has a similar variance to us for coverage, but I have the two properties I listed before have similar variances for setback.
No, I'm aware of that. Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions for the applicants? Architectural or other? No? All right, we ready to take it into committee? All right. Who wants to start the conversation?
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Nipfeld. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to make a comment further to what I just asked the architect. We're not here to decide use in terms of what are the uses of the building. But I do think use is a factor relative to the size of the deck, and we've discussed this on many previous applications. A deck of large size will accommodate a lot more people, and if the issue is privacy and disruption, then that becomes a larger issue. So somebody who has a moderately small deck, we assume there isn't going to be a great deal of privacy concerns, but if it's a really big deck, we concern ourselves with the amount of disruption that might create. People on this street and on the adjacent streets have indicated that their concern with this deck is that it's much larger than anything that you would ever find in their neighborhood. And I think that is a valid argument, that a deck of this size is likely to generate a great deal of use, and that use is likely to be very disruptive. So I just like to park that comment because I think that's a relevant consideration to evaluate whether this deck is consistent with the community character.
All right, Mr. Swartz?
So this is a very big deck, and this is a lot of lot coverage, but I don't have a problem. And so I think because it's on Bathurst Street, which is a major arterial road, it's separated at least by one property on the east, which is owned by this applicant. It's not typical for a residential use, but this is already an institutional use. And they have a daycare, and they have a place of worship, and this is accessory to that. Mm-hmm. So I don't view it the same way as the residents do, where they're looking at this as a residential kind of use. I think if it were a residential use, I would have more hesitation. But it is on Bathurst Street. I think it serves a legitimate purpose. I know it's large. I know it's larger than you typically see, but I think it's justifiable, so I can support it.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Mr. Bartolo, you have to make some comments.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn on this one because I do understand that it's a different use than we would typically see, and I understand that Bathurst is a major arterial, and it's not exactly in the core of the neighborhood, but it is part of the neighborhood, right? So, and I understand the applicant's arguments that this is covering an existing walkout as well. So the problem for me is, like, numerically this is quite large,
Whose camera?
My camera's on? Oh.
Sorry?
Anyways, I'm going to carry on. Numerically, like it's quite large, and we've seen even today, like lot coverage reductions from what were on the initial application, then reduced, and talking about fractions of a percentage or 1 or 2%. So I think on balance, just on the balance of numbers on this one versus the use, it's quite high, and I'd be more in line with my colleague, Mr. Nimfeld, on this one.
Okay, I'm going to take my turn. I think a couple of things. As I said, I've been with this application from the beginning. Originally, it was pitched as a daycare, and we were not aware of the two uses proposed. Yep. Okay. And then when the deck came in that was practically covering the whole backyard, we really felt it was too big of an impact, and so we did not, I think we refused it. And I mean, there were some other issues, other items in the variances as well. I tend to agree with Mr. Swartz in terms of the use has already changed to a more institutional type of use. It's on Bathurst Street. I will also note that community planning did not write a report on this, so they don't, in my opinion, don't have a concern with the reduced size of the deck. So I'm a bit on the fence, but I'm leaning towards the allowing it. I think that's all I'll say for now. Mr. Fazeli.
Yes, I had some technical difficulty. I joined back again. I understand in terms of like we're not discussing the use, and that is true. I also understand the point that Mr. Schwartz made about the location of the subject property, and because of that, you know, since it is approved before for the use, and it could bring in nature some sort of like numbers, and numbers who attends anything there. So I understand these parts. What I'm having a bit of difficulty here is that I like building a rear deck as of right is fine. However, I'm having the issues with the lot coverage, and I think the lot coverage is something that I don't think it would be sort of desirable based on what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in the application. So my point is more about the lot coverage. My argument focused on that matter, and for that reason, I think it wouldn't be desirable, that amount of lot coverage that I'm seeing.
Okay, you had a question, Mr. Bertolo? Oh, okay, for the architect, or? Okay, all right, we're going to go out of committee so that Mr. Bartolo can ask the architect a question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. When I look at the photos here and I look at the plans, the deck extends over top of kind of an existing sunken patio, I guess you could call it, with some concrete retaining walls.
Yeah, staff, let's put up the backyard pictures, if you could. I think it's just below.
That would be correct. That's the existing walkout.
So that existing walkout
I can't see.
is classified as part of the lot coverage, correct?
That is, yeah, that was already built and approved. That is correct. So that is the extent that we're matching.
Yeah, so your your current proposal extends over top of that. So what you're essentially saying is the area that protrudes beyond that sunken patio and on the wings of that sunken patio is an additional 10% of the coverage of the entire lot.
I believe this is based on the definition of the zoning in regards to the size of a deck. once it exceeds a certain area, it starts to add on to coverage. As it relates to that walkout, if that walkout is already taken into consideration for lot coverage, then the 10% variance that we're applying for, that 10% would not be, it should be reduced in essence, because the 10% variance that we were requesting made the assumption that that walkout is not considered by to be part of the lot coverage as a definition of a structure under zoning.
See, this is where it becomes difficult for me because it functionally it is. It's a big sunken concrete portion that's already existing and already approved, right? So really what you're adding on is the weakness of it, and you're extending past a little bit. So on balance, what you're saying is you're not actually adding as much as what the zoning examiner is saying you're adding, because the whole center portion already exists as a sunken concrete patio. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we are matching that concrete patio, and then you see the two decks on the left and right hand side.
Yes.
It is matching those two existing decks in regards to the east and west of the elevation.
Yeah, but then when I look on drawing A303, I can see that it protrudes beyond that, or is that just for the stair that protrudes beyond it?
Correct. That is just for the stair. That is correct.
Yeah, it's...
If you can see at the top of the stair there's a little bit of a landing situation, as we can't have the stair go down into the walkout.
No, that makes sense to me, that you can't have the stair go down into the walkout. So instead of having this at-grade or sunken patio at the lower level, you're essentially raising it up to the first level and extending the existing decks that are already there on the wings.
That is correct.
So in terms of total hardscape, it's not that much of a deviation from what's already existing on site with the sunken pad.
Correct, which was
It's just higher.
We tried. Correct. Yes, this was our attempt to try and address those the feedback that we received from the last committee hearing.
Yeah, I get it, but why not just put this all at grade? I'm not here to amend your design now, but.
No, it's a good question. It's a fair question, and it's one that we looked into. As mentioned earlier, we rely on that northeast corner for egress for OBC compliance, and we would end up essentially having to create a tiered.
A small platform to a huge at-grade patio, and I don't think your neighbors would care nearly as much if it weren't, elevated in the air like that. To be honest, right? But I'm not here to amend your design. I'm here to make a decision on your design, right? But it does come to mind when I look at this. So, okay, I'm going to turn it back to my colleagues and pause for 2 minutes and think about it.
Do you have a question for the architect, Mr. Swartz, or you want to make a comment?
Once we go back, and,
okay,
because my colleague raised some interesting issues that got me to think, and I'd like to raise them
in committee. All right, and just to add to the conversation, we asked that question last time, Mr. Bartolo. They couldn't do it at grade, and it was their preference to do it above grade. So, but anyway, let's go back into committee now. And Mr. Swartz, you have the floor.
So my colleague raised some important issues, and they got me to think, and actually convinced me more to support this. And I'll tell you why from a planning perspective. Because we're dealing with a number here, right? And the number is 45 and not 35. But let's think about what that number really represents, right? It's an accessory rear deck. It's an accessory rear deck where there's three other sides, right? One side is Bathurst Street, a major thoroughfare. The other side is owned by the current owner and not objecting. And then you got the north side. And they could build as of right in terms of the setbacks. So there's really not even, like I asked about the privacy screen and they answered, it's not really, it's not really affecting the person to the north as much as it might otherwise because the setback is not right in their face. So that aside, we're talking about an open accessory rear deck. It's not adding floor space, so it's a deck that is hurting them on percentage, but we're not dealing with building height, we're not dealing with massing, we're not dealing with enclosed floor coverage, and it's sufficiently separated from everybody, and it's on a main street. And there's a purpose for this. So in my view, like, I think it meets the Ford test, even though it's big. So I can support it. I said I'd support it before. I think more so based on the question that my colleague brought forward that got me to thinking more about what this is really about. Now, that doesn't stop, I'm always concerned about residents, you know that. And I hear what they're saying, but I think from a Planning Act perspective, it's justifiable, and I'm going to support it. That's all.
Sorry, we're in committee now, so we can't entertain any more comments at this point. I don't know, wasn't. Who did? Oh, what? No, the north, he's talking about the people to the north that spoke. Yeah. And we heard from you, and we heard your concerns, and he's just saying that he has a different opinion. So, which. You said they weren't objecting? No, I don't think so. He just said, did you say that? It doesn't matter.
I don't want to address the residents when
No, we're
they're
not going
speaking
to.
out of order when we're in committee. However, just for the record, I am sympathetic to residents. I have a long history of being sympathetic to residents. I think this one meets the Ford test, that's all.
I think what he was saying was that he doesn't think there's a big impact to the people to the north. So from this.
What I said about the north, if we want to clarify, is I raised the issue about the north because I was concerned about the privacy issue with the person on the north.
Correct.
And I was concerned about privacy screening for the person on the north. But as I consider this, I recognize that the person on the north, if there were not an issue about the lot coverage, what the applicant made clear was the setbacks to the north are respected.
Yes.
So if setbacks are respected and they haven't made any change to the setback there, then it suggests to me that the privacy screen isn't as necessary as it might otherwise be. What we're really talking about is lot coverage.
Yep.
And I made the point, in case it gets lost in all of this, that this lot coverage is somewhat illusory. Even though they're going for extra lot coverage, they are not doing it for an enclosed internal space. They are not dealing with other things you typically see when you get lot coverage. So they're not dealing with building height. They're not dealing with massing. They're dealing with an outdoor accessory rear deck, which in my view is supportable for planning reasons. So that's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. All right. Mr. Nipfeld or Mr. Bartolo, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I was asking him a question about his motion. If the grade level deck walkout, it's been counted as coverage already.
No,
It hasn't been.
no, I don't believe so.
I guess what I'm trying to determine is, could you enclose it as an extension of the building without any impact? Because I thought the architect mentioned that it had been included as coverage, and as such, the deck on top didn't count. Wasn't that?
If it was enclosed as a building, it would be coverage because you would have a building.
But I thought the architect mentioned it had already been counted as coverage.
I think he might have said that initially, but then I think he corrected himself.
That's what I was getting at when I asked him.
Okay,
When
and so
I
he-
look at the plan and I look at what's existing, I'm saying, how are you getting an extra 10% if you're just adding on at the
Yeah, okay, so did he say that it was counted as coverage? He wasn't, okay, my mistake, sorry.
It's okay.
It's clarified,
It's just
thank
like
you.
those houses we have with the concrete covered decks, right? And building length variances and things like that. If it's enclosed and part of the building, then it would be coverage, but, all right, where are we?
When I look at it purely from a practical point of view, like I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I get, right? And I look at the lot coverage, and I look what's already there, and I think about why, like the concerns that we typically have about lot coverage, triggering extra or green space reductions, or having, like, you already have a giant concrete pad that's there.
Yeah.
Right? And you're adding a little bit on east and west, and you're raising it up in the air, right? So I understand what I said initially. I had the conversation with the architect. I analyzed the drawings a bit more. I had a bit of a think. Like, I get what the neighbors are saying. Frankly, I understand. I think it'd be better at grade or in sunken condition, but I can get behind Mr. Schwartz on it.
All right. Yeah. Would someone hazard to make a motion?
I'm willing to bring a motion to approve the application.
And before you do, if you're going to bring forward a positive motion, I also think, as I was listening to all the conversations, we would want it to remain unenclosed, even though it's not a covered porch at this point. It's just something to ensure that it would not be extended as a building.
You want to tie it to site plan? How would we do that?
I think you just have to say that it remain unenclosed.
Okay, so I'll bring a motion to approve.
Or on 3 sides.
It-
No? My secretary treasurer.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Are you talking about a roof?
No.
Just,
Just talking about the deck. Oh, you mean,
are you worried they'll put a roof on it?
yes, a roof and walls.
Okay, so you can be very specific
Okay.
about that. So you've had cover porches and decks, and then you said unenclosed, which means you don't want the walls to come in. I'm trying to read your mind, and I think you mean you can add both. It's up to you.
Okay.
You can say that there be no roof and unenclosed, if that helps provide a bit of clarity to the zoning examiner when they get the building permits.
Thank you. Yes, okay. Well, maybe we should. Can we help Mr. Schwartz out with that?
I could say something like, for an open unenclosed rear deck only, as shown on the submitted plans. Is that sufficient? No, and the roof, and the deck shall not be roofed or enclosed. Okay, you want me to read?
And I think the concern that's coming from, the other concern is that because they have that sunken walkout condition, they don't want anybody building some walls, attaching it to the bottom of the deck and making it a room in the future.
You know, a bit by bit.
Right,
Right.
yeah, they're.
So
they
the
want-
sunken patio and the and the elevated patio would not have, no roof, no walls.
Yeah, it's referred to as a basement walkout.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, sunken patio has a roof because there's a deck above. Okay.
Sorry, what's the wording? Provided that the basement walkout and the deck remain unenclosed and with no roof. Okay.
Okay, so how's this? A rear deck and associated sunken patio shall remain open, unenclosed, with no roof, no walls, or future enclosure, and shall be constructed substantially in accordance with the submitted plans. Are we okay with that?
Can I just clarify, the lower, if it's the lower area you're including, by virtue of the floor and top, it has a roof.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not
No
100%
walls.
clear.
Okay.
If you want to specify it's the upper level or the,
Yeah.
I'll leave it up to you, but I think you know what I mean, right?
Go ahead.
Did they apply for they're only applying for the deck, right? So I don't know, I don't think we can really touch
I think we can because the deck creates a structure over that walkout patio. Okay. Want Mr. Bartolo to try it?
Want me to bring this motion, or you want to bring I'm willing to bring the motion. Why don't, here, I'll bring the motion, you make a friendly amendment to fix it up, okay? Okay, so my motion is to approve the application for the rear deck and but the rear deck and the associated patio shall remain open and unenclosed. So no roof on the deck, no walls on the deck or
Basement.
sunken patio or future enclosure. And it shall be constructed substantially in accordance with the submitted plans.
Yes.
Okay? Well, no additional walls. Look. Okay. Okay, let's fix it up. Other than, except for the one side that is already a wall, there will be no additional walls and no roof on top of the upper deck, and built substantially in accordance with the plans submitted. So, the site plan, right. So, rear deck and associated sunken patio shall remain open and unenclosed, aside from the existing structure of the,
Do we say existing rear wall of the dwelling? Okay, because it's semis, I don't know if that's plural or not. Yeah.
okay, let's see if I can get this right. Okay, so condition of approval. So my motion is to approve. Condition is that development shall be constructed substantially in accordance with the submitted plans. 1. 2.
The site plan.
The site plan, right. You have the number?
Yeah.
A004, okay. The rear deck and associated sunken patio shall remain open and unenclosed accessory structures only. No roof or new perimeter walls, solid enclosure, or other structural enclosure shall be permitted, other than the existing building wall as shown on the submitted plans, without further approval of the Committee of Adjustment. So if they come back sometime in the future, anybody could always come back, but we're not approving. Okay, so my motion is to approve the application, and the development shall be constructed substantially in accordance with the submitted site plan. And you've got the number there somewhere?
Yeah.
A004. The rear structure and associated sunken patio shall remain open and unenclosed accessory structures only. No roof, new perimeter walls, solid enclosures, or other structural enclosures shall be permitted, other than the existing building wall as shown on the submitted plans, without further approval of Committee of Adjustment. There, that's my motion. Does that cover it all?
Sound okay, staff?
Oh, there's a covered all. Did I miss any? Okay, so that's my motion. Go ahead.
Pardon? You understand?
Basically, you're tying it to the elevation plans and the site plan. And then moving forward, there's no new permitted roof structure on top of the upper deck or any side enclosures.
On the upper deck or
And the lower, so it's a lower patio.
whatever it's called. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? That is 3 in favor. Opposed? Mr. Fazeli. All right, the application has been approved. World's longest item. Thank you for your patience. Okay, that concludes our agenda. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, forwarding a motion to adjourn the hearing today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartolo seconds it. The meeting is adjourned at 6:32 PM.